Всем здравствуйте. Вас приветствует Александр Шумский, руководитель проекта «Пробок».
My name is Alexander Shumsky, the head of ProbokNet project, and we are here at the session of Moscow International Urban Forum. The topic is truly interesting today. We are talking about the traffic safety, and the topic of our session is Vision Zero, how safety can become the priority of city transport policy. Why is it important? Because even if you are a person who has a driver, your kids still go to school, you are a driver, or you are just walking around the streets, you are anyway participant of the traffic jam. It's an important topic because according to WHO, more than 1.3 million people die every year in traffic accidents. Of course, life of people is the most important thing, and unfortunately, people die in traffic accidents. Today, we will hear different opinions. Perhaps the participants will criticize the cities, and we will talk how to make our cities safe. Our topic is Vision Zero. How can we get Vision Zero? How can we reach the mortality rate of zero in the cities? And today we are going to talk with Mikhail Kozlik from Moscow, Mats Okebelin, Director of Vision Zero Academy. He will join us in Zoom. Sky Duncan, Director, Global Initiative on City Design. Anna Kuzmina, the Head of Department for Safety at Yandex Yeda and Yandex Lavka. Because of the latest events related to the pandemics, it is a highly interesting topic for you. Yulia Popova, Chief Producer Samokat, and Jill Warren, the General Director of European Federation of Bike Riders. So without any further ado, I would like to give the mic to Mikhail Kozlik. Mikhail, I hand over to you, and please share Moscow experience with us. Thank you very much. Could you please come closer to the mic? Today we have a unique opportunity to talk about an interesting and exciting topic, safety and traffic safety particularly. Mikhail, we have some problems with the sound, excuse me. So we analyze safety and we ask people what factors make them worry. So everyone says that they all worry about safety. It's one of the top priorities which the government of Moscow and the Center of Traffic Road Organization, Department of Transportation focus on.
Помогите нам,
Переключай, да, переключите, пожалуйста.
С кликером помогите нам, пожалуйста.
Спасибо. Как сказал ранее, важный с точки зрения.
So safety indicators are truly important for people, and this indicator also becomes the target set by the president of Russia. Each entity of Russia has several priorities, and one of the top priorities is social risk, the number of people who die in traffic accidents. So the experience of Moscow demonstrates that in this sphere you can reach significant results and can dramatically improve the situation. So here on the slide you can see that starting from 2010 until 2021, the indicator of the risk decreased significantly, and that was the result of well-coordinated work of the government of Moscow. So the social risk indicator is about 3 now. And here we are talking about lives of people who are saved and people who can safely drive around the streets and roads of the city. Right, could you please help me to switch on the next slide? Thank you. So as I told you before, the social risk indicator is 3. If you compare it with other cities of Russia, you can see that Moscow is a leader in this regard, as far as this indicator is concerned. Next to Moscow, there are such cities as St. Petersburg, then Sebastopol, If you compare Moscow with other cities, you can see that Moscow is one of the leaders in terms of this indicator. The streets and roads of Moscow become better and safer. So here you can see the cities which are near Moscow. In terms of this indicator, Chicago, New York, of course we have something to strive for. We are striving for vision zero, zero mortality rate on the streets, and our further development will focus on the following. We will try to make sure that this indicator goes down and Moscow becomes one of the top cities in terms of these indicators and has as good results as other cities like Berlin, London, Madrid, and other cities where the indicator is truly low. So as I told you before, it's all about well-coordinated work of the Center of Traffic Organization, government of Moscow, colleagues from the Authority for Road Traffic Safety. So here you can see all the activities which were implemented over the last 10 years, and they helped us achieve good results in terms of safety on the streets, intellectual transportation system, smart systems. 100% of streets and roads are covered by smart transportation systems, including photo and video fixation, cameras, surveillance, and all the rest. Thanks to this system, we are able to understand how traffic flows are organized, and that is one of the tasks which was sent by the mayor of Moscow, and we will continue to implement such activities. There are complexes of photo and video fixation thanks to the participation of the government of Moscow and the use of photo and video fixation. We have statistics proving that if there is a place with high congestion rate and high risk of accidents, if you install such a camera there, then the accident rate decreases by 40%. It's a big indicator, and it allows you to increase the safety on the road significantly. So a camera is a tool which helps you to fast and efficiently improve safety or make a part of the road as safe as possible. The work with heavy transportation is also important, taking into account that we introduce new roads and new roads for heavy traffic. The number of accidents with heavy trucks decreased by 20 to 25% thanks to the activities organized in the city. In addition to that, other activities were implemented, such as highway patrol, for example. About 80% of the city is the area where the traffic organization changed. We actively work with the inhabitants of the city. We organize different pools, public discussions. We try to use various channels of communication. So 80% of roads are now new in the city. I mean, they focus on the improvement of traffic. This is the basic principle which is used in large European cities, and we follow them in terms of road safety. So such activities allow us to achieve the targets I told you about. Right, so on this slide, I would like to focus on the following. I told you about our achievements and results, and Moscow is truly one of the leaders of the world. Safety is quite high in the city, but there are several challenges that we are facing today. So together with our colleagues from the State Authority of Road Traffic Safety, we work on the following. Taxi motor companies and various aggregators. So the number of accidents with taxis grows. It is plus 25%. And we have to focus on that. We have to organize various activities to decrease the amount of road accidents with taxis. And the second area of focus is personal mobility, means like scooters, kick scooters, and bikes. You know that in the times of pandemics, people started to actively use personal means of transportation, and that's why we have to focus on that. And the last factor is as follows. That is the speed. We know that about 50% of fatal traffic accidents happen because of overspeeding. Well, it's a disputable question, but it's a fact. And we are going to talk about various analytics and research of different companies. There are basic factors which speak to us that the higher the speed is, so the more the risk of a road accident is. Here you can see some facts from the surveys of the colleagues. If you drive faster, you can brake your car slower. The faster the car drives, the lower the reaction of a driver is, and the higher the speed is, the worse you can see what is happening around. And all these factors mean that if you do not work with the overspeeding, you will not be able to reach the zero vision and zero mortality rate. That is one of the challenges which the Moscow government and State Authority for Road Traffic Safety face. We focus on the speed limit. That is one of our top priorities. We also started the so-called marathon of ideas, and it is related with the ideas which we want to collect from people. We see that people also worry about such problem as overspeeding, and people send us their proposals. Till the end of summer, we will collect the proposals from people about the parts of the roads where it's necessary to change the speed limit, either to decrease the speed limit or to increase it. And let me tell you shortly about the following topic. We are, of course, focused on the future. And there are some elements in the city which will allow us to reach zero mortality rate on the streets, and that is the development of smart transportation systems, digitalization, unmanned means of transportation, introduction of smart traffic lights. When traffic lights work on the basis of artificial intelligence, they understand what is happening on the streets, and based on that, they can regulate the traffic. I think we could speak about it for a long time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask them, and I will be happy to answer. There is a report related to the road safety, which was prepared, and you can use the QR code to download the road safety report and read it in more details to find out more information about the facts which have influence on the safety, what activities are introduced by the government of Moscow. In addition to that, we organize outreach campaigns. Last year, we organized a big competition. We tried to engage people to this topic. We organized, for example, a competition on the best video trainings and raising awareness. Videos which are all about road safety. People made videos, sent the videos to us, and on the basis of that, we distributed the prizes to the best participants. Again, you can find out more information about it. You can watch the video clips if you download the report I told you about. These video clips were made by people from Russia, from different regions of Russia. They were happy to share their proposals with us, how to tell people that safety is important. That it is important to drive safely not only in the car but also on the bike. And I would like to show you a short teaser. It's only 1 minute long. Please switch it on. So, is everyone here? Mr. Crossing, Mr. Helmet, safety belt, colleagues? My name is Mr. Safety Belt. I just want you to follow safety rules. What? Get out of my car. Get out, get out. Get out of my car. Go away. Seat belt saves from heavy injuries in 75 cases out of 100. Listen here, get out. Please, no assault. See the full version and other videos through the link. Thank you. Thank you, Mikhail. According to the information by WHO, overspeeding is the biggest reason of traffic accidents. I hope that we have now internet connection with our participants from abroad. Mats Oke Berlin, can you hear us? Mr. Berlin?
Концепция Vision Zero действует в Швеции.
So the concept Vision Zero started to work in Sweden in 1976. You are one of the leaders, and other countries of the world follow you and led by you. So what methods of safety organization are the main, and what methods can be implemented in Russia?
Okay, so let me share my screen then. Can you see my screen?
Нет, мы пока не видим. Выведите, пожалуйста, презентацию на экран.
Well, we cannot see your presentation. Maybe you could try to share your screen once again.
Да, прошу вас, мы слышим.
But we can hear you.
Okay, I try again then.
Да, мы видим вашу презентацию.
All right, we can see your presentation now.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Alexander, for your introduction here. So, as you said, Sweden started with this Vision Zero. Now it's some kind of echo. If the technician can take away. Maybe I have to switch off the interpretation, I'm not sure.
Сейчас у нас небольшие маленькие проблемы с...
Sir, we are having some technical issues. Just a second.
Господин Белин. Да, прошу вас.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So Sweden adopted this Vision Zero in 1997, and basically it's an ethical imperative that we can't accept that people get killed or serious injury in road traffic. Yes, let me there are some echo all the time. Maybe the interpreter needs to switch off their okay, so but Vision Zero is not just a slogan, it's a kind of new strategy, and it's based on science. And we know that people will make mistakes, and we know that people have a certain tolerance against kinetic energy. And we also know that we need a system perspective when we work with road safety. And we have to deliver a safe system for the users. And Vision Zero is also based on a quite new way to think about responsibility if we compare it with a more traditional approach. Because it's a kind of chain of responsibility which starts and ends with all us as professional organizations which have a stake in the function and design and the use of the road transport system. So we have to go beyond these kind of things like 90% of all crashes is due to the human factors, 90% is due to individual road users. So we have to creating a more system perspective on road safety. And next year, Sweden will celebrate a 25th anniversary with Vision Zero. And we have quite a lot of experience now how to work with Vision Zero. And I would say that they all start with the urban area. So if we go a little bit more in depth, this is the scientific kind of base for Vision Zero. Because what is Vision Zero? Vision Zero is mainly about controlling for harmful energy. And we know from these kind of studies that if you as a pedestrian or unprotected road user get hit by a car in 50 kilometers, the risk that you get killed is more than 80%. But if you get hit by a car in 30 kilometers, the risk is less than 10. But we as individuals, we don't see this, you know. We don't have a perception of this kinetic energy. When we're driving out there, we can drive in 30, 40, 50 or 60 because we don't understand and have a perception of kinetic energy. So when we see an environment like this, at least we have a sidewalk, we have this zebra crossing, and so on. And in most countries, in this kind of environment, we are allowed at least above 50 kilometers per hour. And to design a system like this, we put the ultimately responsibility on us as individuals. So it's up to the pedestrian and the drivers to negotiate about safety. And if something goes wrong, it will end up in a catastrophe. And we don't really have a perception that this is a problematic situation. But if we could understand the risk with kinetic energy in the way that we understand risk with spiders or snakes or with heights, we would have a total different perception of this situation, especially if we saw this as a height. We probably will see it like this. And you can imagine the demand for countermeasures to make sure that we are safe in this situation. But this is the ordinary situation, I would say. And this kind of knowledge is very important, that the traffic engineers and others, that they have this kind of knowledge. And when we started the implementation of Vision Zero in Sweden in late 90s, we started to talk with the designers of these urban areas. And now we can see the results. You will see lots of speed bumps, special speed limits, 30 kilometers, separation of cyclists from protected road users. You will see lots of traffic calming solutions, special areas where you give priority to unprotected road users, and you will see lots of roundabouts, because roundabouts is very good because they lower the speed and the kinetic energy. So this is some example of what we have done in large scale, I would say, in many municipalities around Sweden. So just to wrap up things and show some example on interventions that is promoted in a kind of Vision Zero framework. First of all, urban areas. We have done lots of things that I mentioned, but we also have done lots of things in the rural areas that also is based on the idea of controlling for kinetic energy. This middle barrier program, for example. And we're also working a lot with traffic safety cameras to controlling speed. But we also try to take advantages of this new technology in a way that we haven't done historically, with intelligent speed adaptation systems, for example, or alcolocks device that prevent you from drink and driving, and so on. So there are lots of promising technology that we need to see more in place in the future. But in the center of all these different intervention strategies, you will find the speed limits and the speed. And we try now to setting the speed according to kinetic energy, I would say. And here you see different types of accident types. And you know that I talked a lot about 30 kilometers, but here we say 40 kilometers. The reason why we have that in risk with crashes with unprotected road use is that this is a very modern car with auto brake systems. So in reality, we talk of crashes below 30 kilometers. So you also need to interrelate the speed limits with the way that you design your infrastructure, but also your vehicle safety.
Господин
So
Белин,
that's
если
the main
можно
thing.
еще буквально 30 секунд, если вы слышите меня, нам нужно.
You have 30 seconds, see if you can hear me.
Да, у нас буквально еще 30.
Yes, so if you could wrap up in 20, 30 seconds. Thank you.
No, I'm done now, so I'm in the end of my presentation now.
Да, великолепно.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope the pandemic will be a thing of the past soon, and then you will be able to attend our next forum, and you will be able to speak to us face to face. Thank you for your interesting experience. Now we are moving to a different part of the world. I would like to ask Sky Duncan, head of the Global Designing Cities Initiative. I can see you, Ms. Duncan. Today we heard about several methods to reduce fatalities under Vision Zero. Reducing speed is the key factor to reduce road accidents and reduce fatalities, injuries, but street design and urban design is probably a more contributing factor to road safety. What kind of experience you can rely on and you can share with us, because I think the first thing is on how we see this street, and that's the first step, and then after the vision of the street, we can start using it for all road users. Can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely, I can. Can you hear me?
Отлично.
Great, yes. Great. Well, thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen and build off some of the wonderful lessons that we've just from Matt's. Can you maybe just let me know when you can see my screen okay?
Да, пока презентация вводится, еще раз.
Yes. I just want to remind you that you have 7.5 minutes. That's the speaking time. So try. We can see your presentation, but try to stick to the speaking time. Thank you.
Great. So I'm from a group called the Global Designing Cities Initiative, and as we've alluded to, we do a lot of work around streets, and this is our entry point for road safety. As our largest network of continuous public space in cities, we see it as one of the largest kind of untapped assets that we have to address this road safety crisis that we heard about, with over 1.35 million people dying And devastatingly, the most scary number is that it's now the #1 killer of our young people in our cities, these completely preventable deaths. And so a lot of our work has begun through the Bloomberg Initiative for Global Road Safety, where we work alongside colleagues in enforcement and data and media, and we work on the infrastructure side of this. And that's, you know, part of the reason is when we look at a street like this and we ask how fast does the street invite us to drive, right? 50, 60, 80, 100, 120 kilometers an hour. And, you know, what's important is if we start to add speed limits and reduce the speed policies, improving our enforcement is all really important, but until we actually start changing the built environment around us, then it becomes very difficult to address the challenges that we're being faced. So we see that bad design can enforce unsafe behavior, just as good design can help self-enforce safe behaviors, essentially. And that's the premise behind our core publication that feeds a lot of our work, the Global Street Design Guide, produced with experts and inputs from around the globe, and more recently expanded with supplements, Designing Streets for Kids. As the #1 group who are dying on our streets, it's important that we think about our street designs through their lens. And coming later this year, we will also be releasing the Designing Safe Speeds, which really gets into this topic in a lot more detail, alongside some of the other kind of handbooks that will be helpful to implement these projects. And the premise behind all of this is to take the outdated hierarchical pyramid where the car has been king, we've forgotten about human beings, and to turn that on its head so that our people, our most vulnerable users on our streets, and our sustainable mobility options are our top priority. And a big part of this is asking what's possible of the space of our street, understanding that the bulk of our city streets are already built. And so if we don't look at them through a new lens, it will be very difficult to really achieve and address the challenges. So what is possible to ask how our streets can support more functions, biodiversity, cleaner air, water management, but of course support the safe movement of more people as well. And how do we look at accessibility as the fundamental core goals, but adding in layers of health and comfort, inspiration and education. So we're thrilled we've had now over 100 cities around and organizations around the world endorse this approach for safer speeds and safer streets. Maybe we'll get Moscow in the loop as well, including translations to increase access of this material to folks around the world. But of course, having paper is important, but shifting to practice is fundamental. So our team works on road safety and street transformation projects in around 30 cities around the world, from the biggest picture of thinking about policy and design guidance, whether it's updating or creating new street design manuals like in Bogota or Sao Paulo, and also a lot of capacity building. If we're asking our engineers and planners to design for safer speeds and safer streets, we have to provide the tools for them, but also our colleagues in and our journalists and media colleagues so that we can use them to help us spread the word. And ultimately, we help cities get projects on the ground. Sometimes that's for a matter of days to take speeding buses and unsafe spaces like this to show what's possible in a community and measure some of the metrics around improved safety and speeds for crossing the street, but also measuring the actual speeds and the vehicle throughputs as well. To intersections where speeding buses, again, like this one in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, could be transformed, working with local artists to rethink the space, and again, measuring the turning speeds and the perception of whether people feel safer on the site, and using this to help have a conversation about making these types of projects permanent. Looking at larger corridors where we can take strategies of speed reduction and design together to really see results almost overnight, you know, where we're seeing, well, this was for not overnight, 6 months, but reduction in crashes overall, and particularly with pedestrians. And finally, you know, being able to take the road safety and speed conversation and bring it alongside other conversations about livability, taking simple strategies like shorter crossings, tighter turning radii, and reclaim space for a fairer distribution so that we can achieve safer speeds of all vehicles, but also look at how these streets can start to entice more walking or people spending more time in the space itself. So working alongside our colleagues, it's been the last 5 or 6 years, it's been really amazing to see a lot of these strategies really kind of result at the end of the day in lives saved. And we know, of course, from hearing of Matt's lessons and also more recently from cities like Helsinki and Oslo, who have really been able to get close and achieve this kind of Vision Zero. And we were thrilled at the Third Ministerial for Global Road Safety to see this conversation continue and get strengthened, and this commitment of 50% reduction by 2030 really be put at the forefront. So we've come a long way, but we know we've got a long way to go, and we need your bold vision and your technical support and advocacy and local action to get us there. And we that together we can provide the tools to reimagine and redesign streets that are safer and more sustainable.
Минуту еще буквально.
Thank you.
Уже даже закончилось.
Thank you for your punctuality. Very cool examples we've seen today. If you hear me, I like your point that we need to look at the streets through the eyes of children, and that a pedestrian, a human, is the king. These are good points, good takeaways. Jill Warren, head of the European Cyclists Association. It is the key mode of transportation in the pandemic now, and people say that there are more bicycles in Moscow than cars, but people just don't use it as often or not as visible because they take up less space. So what's the current state of affairs in cycling, in the area of cycling in Europe? What safety measures are being put in place? What can we borrow in Russia from your experience? Thank you.
Please.
First of all, I would say cycling is absolutely booming in Europe as it is elsewhere. And I'm going to share my screen now and talk about some examples. So, can you see my screen? Okay, good.
Нет, пока не видим.
Right.
Well, we cannot see your presentation. We can see it now. All right.
Okay, thank you. So the European Cyclists Federation is a member, we have about 70 members in 42 countries, including Russia, across Europe, and we promote cycling as a sustainable and healthy means of transport and leisure. What is the biggest barrier for people to do everyday cycling for the trips that they need to make? It's perceived lack of safety. So if we can fix that, then, you know, that's one of the most impactful things that we can do to get more cyclists, choosing this mode of transport. One question that we can ask ourselves, and this ties neatly also into some of what we saw in Sky's presentation, how safe do people feel doing it? I think a very good question is, would you allow a 10 or a 12-year-old child to cycle by themselves? And if the answer to that is yes, then you've got a safe environment for cycling. And if the answer is no, then you need to look at why that's the case. So what are the characteristics of high-quality cycling infrastructure? Generally in Europe, we say they have these 5 attributes. So safe, they're coherent, they're direct, so they don't send you on very big detours to the cycle paths. They're attractive, people want to use them, and they're comfortable. That means they are stress-free, or as stress-free as they can be when people are cycling on them. So the pandemic was a very interesting time for cycling, and it's well known that in this period, it really helped to accelerate the cause for cycling, as tragic as it's been in other ways. Citizens took advantage of the empty streets in lockdown to cycle more, or cycle for the first time, or to start cycling again. And cities recognized that they would go from lockdown to more traffic gridlock than ever if everybody turned to private cars to maintain physical distancing in their daily mobility. And so cycling was really seen as a good solution for this. So cities very quickly introduced pop-up cycle lanes, car-free streets, cycling streets, and other measures to encourage and enable more cycling. ECF has been tracking these developments over the past year and a bit. So to date, across Europe, nearly 2,600 kilometers of these kind of cycling enabling measures have been announced, and well over 1,500 of them have actually been implemented. And we also tracked the amount of money that cities were spending on these measures. And so far, this totals over 1.7 billion euros. And this figure captures not only the money allocated to providing the temporary cycling infrastructure, but also financial measures such as bicycle purchase or repair premiums. And we've also been tracking on an ongoing basis how much of this infrastructure is now becoming permanent. And we've really been using that data to lobby for those kinds of actions. But what happens when you provide safer cycling infrastructure? Well, people use it. And a very interesting study by the Climate Research Institute, MCC, showed that this pop-up cycling infrastructure boosted levels in European cities between 11 and 48% in the first months of the pandemic. So that is the best evidence we had that people will actually use this infrastructure if it is provided for them and people feel safe using it. I think this also ties in neatly with what Mats was saying and some of what Sky was saying as well. Reduced speed limits are very important for more safety, not only perceived safety, but actual safety. And those figures really speak for themselves in terms of what kinds of casualties you have in crashes at various speeds. What else can be done to make cycling safer? I think another thing we look at, certainly at ECF, is lobbying for better safety regulations for cars, trucks, and drivers. So these are things like intelligent speed assistance, the autonomous emergency braking, blind spot detection of lorries in particular. Lots of cyclists, get killed, frankly, by lorries turning right. And better vehicle front end design so that these crashes aren't as dangerous and fatal for those who get involved in them. And I think when we improve safety for cyclists, and we have a lot more cycling happening, and this modal shift from motorized transport to cycling, then we get a lot more than just fewer road deaths and serious injuries. We get all of these other positive impacts that we all want to see more of, frankly. The cleaner air, the healthier and happier citizens, more livable cities and towns. We also get better rural connectivity when we provide the right infrastructure and conditions, which also supports greener leisure and tourism, better local economies in terms of people spending their money locally, etc. And just generally, we get more inclusive societies with better access to jobs and cultural and social opportunities for people. So thank you very much. That was the end of my presentation, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much. It was a very, very interesting presentation. We loved your experience. And now I would like to give the mic to Yulia Popova, the head producer of Express Courier Service Samokat. Of course, you use not only scooters and bikes for your couriers, you also have couriers who simply walk from one place to another. So what can you offer for the city as a new way of mobility? Yeah, thank you very much. And please do not forget that the time is limited. We have only 6 minutes left until the end of our presentation. All right, thank you. I will switch on my presentation, so I will share my screen. We are Samokat company. We are online shop of products, and we deliver the products within 35 minutes, and this is how clients know us. So we try to become not only a part of the everyday life of our clients, but also to become a fully fledged part of the city infrastructure. we try to deliver products as fast as possible to satisfy the needs of the clients. We believe that that is the way not only to create a comfortable environment for people around us, giving them the most precious time, that is the time, but also we believe that we can change the view on the city infrastructure. We want to make the city environment safe and good. And we believe that such principles go hand in hand with Vision Zero. You spoke about it already today. We believe that prevention is important, and that will help us not only in terms of ethics, but also in terms of economy. And of course, economic indicators are important for every brand, including Samokat. And in Samokat, we have a large-scale program on courier adaptation. Within the framework of the training, they receive skills and knowledge about the road regulations, ethics. They pass various tests in special mobile application. And now I would like to move on to our steps and solutions, which were undertaken by us. And in spring, we have introduced our service of care. So we do help our couriers. There's a hotline, or you can call them and you can get answers to your questions related to the traffic accidents, or you can ask for insurance support. There are also groups on duty which work in the parts of the roads where the congestion is especially high. So in the future, we share the data we collect with the Center of Traffic Organization, and we believe that it can have positive impact on the development of infrastructure. Let me share one good example with you. We had a marathon of traffic rules. So couriers were engaged in that event, and it was a competition and a training at the same time. In addition to that, it's very important for us to organize an outreach campaign to talk to our clients. We always say that bike couriers are symbols of city infrastructure. It has truly become so, and the pandemic has demonstrated it brightly. So that is the role model of behavior on the roads. We try to do our best to meet our couriers dressed in pink at various events and in different parts of the city. We are ready to take proposals. We believe that we are present in 20 cities of Russia, and such communication with people can help us develop better. Samokat supports the creation of safe conditions for the movement of bike couriers and people who choose bikes as a form of temporary and permanent means of transportation. In addition to that, we organize trainings for couriers, regular testing, and high-quality system of motivation for following the rules and active position in terms of safety principle promotion. We are open for cooperation with a special organization. I already told you that Samokat is actively cooperating now with the Center of Traffic Organization. There's an interesting project which we will be implemented soon. In addition to that, we often have various initiatives and trainings. So from our side, we believe that it's important to prevent accidents on the roads, and we support Vision Zero ideology. It's important to engage couriers in various initiatives, city programs organized by the government of the city and different companies. And of course, it's important to share the data with the Center of Traffic Organization and other state authorities to make sure that you prevent accidents. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I loved your presentation. I liked the fact that you spoke about the fact that your couriers develop deliver the products really fast. And the next speaker is from Yandex Yeda and Yandex Lavka. Are you ready? Are you here? Yes, I'm here. All right. So Anna, I would like to hand over to you. What is your vision of zero mortality rate in the streets in Russia? Yeah, I'm happy to speak right after Yulia. Yulia already shared some exciting things with you. So let me start with the fact that it's necessary to say why business is talking about safety for bicycle drivers. So during the pandemics, courier services were highly demanded, and bikes became the safest actually means of transportation for deliveries. So couriers who work with Yandex Yeda and Yandex Lavka drive more than 10 million kilometers daily, and that is in Moscow only. This is the figure which really impresses us. So about 90% of couriers choose a bike as a means of transportation for deliveries because they can deliver more, and that means that they can have a higher income, and that means that clients can get their products faster. The expenditures of the cities for the development of bike infrastructure helps us. Couriers are not stuck in traffic jams. They drive fast, and bikes are safe means of transportation, and they don't create any noise. The biggest means of delivery now is a bike. So to make sure that the delivery is safe for couriers, for partners, and people, we try to promote the culture of responsible behavior on the roads. I already told you that safety of everyone is important to us. So before the couriers deliver products, they have a training on safety rules. They're reminded that in residential areas it's necessary to drive slower, and it's important to switch on the lights if you're driving in nighttime. Sometimes couriers have unpleasant situations on the roads. All the emergencies and accidents are covered by insurances. The insurance amount is up to 2 million rubles. From our internal statistics and based on the website of the state authority, we can see that the number of accidents with bike couriers is not higher than around Russia. We try to follow the rules. We try to always search for new means of trainings. We have introduction training, then couriers are demonstrated video clips with traffic rules. We have various memos. There are also rules written on the walls in our hubs. We try to speak with the couriers about traffic rules in an interesting and exciting way. So when a courier is driving to you to bring you food, this person goes along the streets with high speed limit or intensive traffic. So based on the previous presentation and based on our personal experience, we understand that driving on such roads is not safe, and couriers have to use areas for pedestrians, like sidewalks, to do it. And bike drivers do not have specific lanes. Before we have a comprehensive infrastructure for bike drivers, the question of safety will still be relevant. There are difficulties with other participants of traffic because it's important not only to train the couriers, but also it's important to speak to other members of of the city, like, for example, taxi drivers, personal car drivers, pedestrians. They should also know that couriers exist and use bikes, and they should know how to use cities in a safe way. We believe that cities should be safe for everyone. Yandex Lavka and Yandex Yeda are services that have collected a lot of information about the movement of couriers, and now couriers are the main users of bike infrastructure in the city. We have information about congestion, about unsafe crossings, difficult situations where the roads cross the railroads. So I know how many kilometers couriers drive in Moscow. We have a lot of information about the city based on our experience. We have a lot of observations and statistics. We are ready to share that statistics with you. We do have all the necessary information, and I hope that all together we can create sustainable bike infrastructures in the city. Thank you very much. That was Anna Kuzmina, the head of safety department Yandex Yeda and Yandex Lavka. We have a lot of questions, but the time is limited, so I believe that we can discuss the questions at the next forum in 2022. Just a joke, of course, but it will be a very good driving force to join us in 2022. Thank you for being here. We had really unique guests with us who shared their experience, and it was highly exciting. I hope that we will be able to implement more activities in the nearest future to make the cities safer. That was Vision Zero session, and that is the end of it. Thank you very much.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125,
126. Ну я все там урезано, ничего нет. Я доделала. 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150. Сто 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 170. Так. Блин. 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182. Сергей, меня вообще так слышно, если я так говорю? Вот здесь что-то вообще не в микрофон, да? А, в колонках. Ага. Да?
У нас старая фотография спикера на экране. Мы направляли новую.
Сейчас, подождите, пожалуйста, а то у меня смещается палец. Послушай. 155, 156 слышно в колонке, да? И там вот, это у меня одна только ручка. Вот, мы отключили. Да, вроде я в сторону говорю все равно.
Dear colleagues,
Потом еще в конце будет время пообсуждать немножко. В этом зале особенно строгие люди. Коллеги, добрый день.
Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Vadim Pokatila. I'm head of the transport practice of McKinsey, Russia, CIS, Middle East, Turkey. Today we'll talk about Hub for Millions, a transport infrastructure for megastar cities. Today we have panelists from Moscow. Mr. Zagrudinov, head of the Department of Construction, City of Moscow. Gamit Bulatov, first deputy head of the Department for Transport and Development of Road and Transport Infrastructure, City of Moscow. Alexander Gornostayev, deputy chairman of the board, Mos-Inch Project. Heather Thompson, CEO, Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. She's joined us online. Michael Riplogel, former Deputy Commissioner for Policy, Department of Transport, New York, and Yves Kreinkamp, CEO of Berliner Verkehrsbetriebe, Berlin, Germany. Today, we will discuss how the transport infrastructure is affecting the success of cities, Moscow being one of superstar cities with a huge development potential, has, over the last 10 years, made a huge breakthrough based also on our study, which we conducted in 2018, and we did it again this year. The way we view the transport infrastructure and transport network of the cities, we look at the passenger flows, we use geodata, we use survey data, behavioral survey. So we conducted surveys in several countries. This year, we discovered that in spite of the pandemic, Moscow made a strong breakthrough in many areas. Connectivity, financial accessibility, ease of use, efficiency, environmental, sustainability, and other aspects. One of the key criteria, the efficiency of city transit. Moscow actually tops the list. For example, if we had done it 10 years ago, Moscow would have been in spot 20 out of 24, so a huge breakthrough. Moscow is actually far ahead of many other cities in terms of the city transit efficiency. Singapore, number 2, is falling behind 15 percentage points. What does it encapsulate, the efficiency? The speed, cleanness of the metro, the coverage, waiting time. So these are the criteria which are taken into consideration. Now I would like to touch on 2 topics: what has been done, understanding then the synchronous work of Department of Construction, Department of Infrastructure Development. What are the plans going forward, and what can we learn from other cities' experiences? Rafik, I would like to give the floor to you to begin with. If you could help us, how did you manage to stage this breakthrough over the last 10 years, and what's in store for us in the future?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As a matter of fact, today it is the 10th Urban Forum, and at the plenary session, Sergei Semyonovich Sobyanin, Moscow mayor, took a stock of what has been done. I wanted to start with when 10 years ago we were embarking on this road, faced with these challenges. Moscow was suffering from traffic jams, and when we put people at the center of our work and the ease of use of the transport system, this prompted the development of our transit development program. The key points of the program, the key priorities were decongestion, development of the transit infrastructure, transport infrastructure, integrated approach to development, creation of livable environment, and developing increasing the tourism potential, and polycentrism. We wanted to create jobs. Based on this urban development strategy, we've focused on the transport development vector, transport development strategy for 2010-2020. The first goal was to make transport more accessible, speed and convenience of the transit system as a key element of the transportation network. Second goal, more roads, more wider network. If we look at the key cities of the world, then the ratio, length of roads per 1,000 vehicles, we used to be on place 15, 16. If you look at the road and street network, we were falling behind. We decided to tackle it in an integrated way. We had the transport modeling exercise, then we adopted a 10-year road improvement program, and of course priority was given to pedestrians, setting up pedestrian links in conjunction with the public transit network. We wanted to make it an element of increasing mobility of people. New transport network, that was the focus. We wanted to develop public transit system, public transit network. The key areas, as I said, 60–70% of funds were earmarked for the development of transport infrastructure. construction of new streets, roads, development and expansion of the metro network, the construction of the LCL and MCC lines, as well as expanding new routes. When we were designing streets, the mayor tasked us with designing the nearby areas and improving the nearby areas. We believe that we have achieved good results. The key results are as follows. As we said, Moscow staged a breakthrough in improving the mobility. A city has become a city for walking. Moscow is an open and safe city. So as of now, we can state that more than 450 streets, squares, embankments, public spaces have been beautified. We've built more than 250 passenger overpasses, underpasses, 895 kilometers of bike lanes. So as a result, a threefold increase in the number of Muscovites taking walks, taking strolls in the streets. It's open statistics. We also have the longest pedestrianized area in Europe. We also had a breakthrough in the road construction and street construction. Over the last 10 years, we've built over 1,000 kilometers worth of roads. The mayor has now set the target of developing another 10-year program. Today, we've completed the upgrade of 18 intersections at the Moscow Ring Road, and we have 4 intersections in the works. These are global intersections, major engineering projects. We've built 307 artificial structures, tunnels, overpasses, flybys, etc., improving the throughput of our road system. As part of the development of link roads, we completed the northwestern link road. Now we're working on the northeastern link road and the southern road. It has increased the throughput by 18%. Now Moscow is one of the top 3 megacities globally in terms of increase of road network. So we've been consistently delivering on the tasks we set ourselves. On the metro development, we have a major program. At the plenary session, a lot was said about the metro. So in this area, we've registered a huge increase in the growth of the Moscow metro has grown by 50%. I think it's the most beautiful metro worldwide. We've built 123 kilometers worth of new lines, 53 new stations. Construction work is underway, and we are also building a big circle line, 73 kilometers long, 31 stations. We expect to complete the work next year. So 34 areas, districts of the city now have access to metro, and our goal is to make sure that 94% of Muscovites can live nearby metro stations, and we are on the right track. Another major area for us was the construction. We have the Moscow Central Circle is a major line. Today, Moscow Central Line is carrying 550,000 people a day. Since the opening of the Central Line, we have transported over 500 million passengers. So on-the-ground metro is very popular. All MCC stations have transfer points to the metro and to the Moscow Central diameter. Following this project, 32 districts registered improved accessibility. the Circle Line was overburdened. This burden has decreased. The Metro Central Line, the burden on it has decreased 15%. Also, Moscow Central diameters, a new ground metro, a new project which allows us to improve mobility. It's very much in demand. It would give us 180 new stations with 270 kilometers of lines. 2 lines have been finished. We are now working on 3 additional lines. This project will decongest the transport infrastructure by 12%, will reduce, and 130 million people have used this Moscow Central line since its opening. It's very much in demand, and people like this service. Now it's easier to commute for citizens of 43 districts and multiple cities of the Moscow region. Working in all these areas, integrated construction of road and street network, MCC, LCL, MCD. Now we have 40 connection hubs in operation. So you can have 35 transfers on the radial line, 24 on the MCC, 46 transfers altogether. Why are they important? Because transfer hubs, according to our estimates, the current passenger flow is 3.3 million people. Going forward, after the construction in 2022-24, the passenger flow will increase to 7.4 million, so 127% growth. Now, very briefly, I would like to speak about our plans. As part of our plans, as part of the creation of comfortable areas of residence, we have numerous projects which will improve the convenience and comfort. Moscow renovation standard, My Street, and other projects are aimed at improving mobility and comfort for Moscow residents. We are implementing housing renovation program. We're renovating huge areas, integrated redevelopment projects, brownfield development projects, developing the Moscow River embankments. Moscow is a huge agglomeration. Of course, we're focusing on the development of transport infrastructure, because unless we expedite the development of the transport infrastructure, all other projects will be falling behind. So we have plans for the next 5 years, as I said, for the construction of the road street network. We have a 10-year plan for the road infrastructure development. The priority is railway, pedestrianized areas, and the use of intellectual transport systems. Our colleagues will embark on that. Without an integrated management, without applying new approaches, we will not be able to achieve efficiency of operations. In the new facilities, yes, we know that Moscow has made a breakthrough, and our study shows, comparison of Moscow city development and other cities. And Moscow is among the leaders. Only Chinese cities can lay claim on the Moscow development and growth rates. But construction is not everything. There are many countries, well-developed countries in the world, when the active development infrastructure did not lead to results. And Seoul, for example, they built roads first, and they had to destroy them in Los Angeles. The construction of metro did not lead to effects originally expected. I would like to ask Gamit Bashirovich, what's the secret? How did you manage all these constructions, the concrete and everything? How did you manage to turn it into a living thing? How did you manage to change the image of the city? And you know, following your own way and avoiding mistakes of others.
Thank you very much, and hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to greet you all. First of all, I would like to comment on the presentation of my colleague. Rafik raised the questions that are related not only to construction, but infrastructure of passengers too. So the Department of Transportation and Construction work on various topics, and our presentations, I believe, will be a little bit similar. It's very hard to say something new after such a detailed presentation of my colleague. So in my speech, I will try to focus on the following questions. Maybe I will have a little bit different angle of view on tariffs and pedestrians and infrastructure, on the content of the infrastructure, how to attract the users of infrastructure, how to make sure that the services of passenger transportation have an absolutely new level, and what helps us achieve our goals. Right, so at the beginning, I would like to share the screen with you. This is my presentation. Here you can see some figures. 182 stations we had. Now we have more than 200 of them. I remember in 2010, we came together with the directors of different departments. We checked our plans, we checked what was done in the past, and the task seemed very ambitious, almost impossible to us. Now we know that since 2010, 90 stations of subway were commissioned. And when I say 90 stations, I mean the subway stations and the stations of Moscow Central Circus. But we also now put into operation Moscow Central Diameter and Large Circle Line. If you take it all together, the figures are really impressive, and I would like to also express my gratitude to constructors, builders, and all the companies doing it. Because it's not only about construction, basically. It's about teamwork of the members of the government and various construction departments and construction companies. But in addition to construction, there are other practical issues we have to focus on to make sure that you fill the infrastructure with necessary content. And this is what I want to focus on. Accessibility increased. More than 90% of people who live close to subway stations use subway, and that was the figure we set for ourselves. But in addition to physical accessibility, there are other types of accessibility which make people choose public transportation more often. And that, of course, helps us achieve the goals we set for ourselves to attract more people to public transportation. Let me share some things with you. So, we do have data which characterize the situation in 2010. That was the beginning of our large-scale work. We had 16 subway transfers. Here you can see places where passengers did not feel comfortable. So we wanted to get rid of over-conjuncted transfers, and the number of such transfers increased. But thanks to the transportation development program, we have a totally different picture. Now we have 8 transfers, and have a look here. the notion of density per square meter changed. It was 6.4, now it is 5.2. It's closer to minimum. We decreased by 25% the most dense railroad track at Taganskaya line. So what you see here is a totally different picture. The activities allowed us to make the conditions more comfortable for people. By 2025, we plan to get zero railroad tracks with conjunction. Because we introduce new lines, we introduce Moscow Central diameter 1, 2, and 3. So we want to get rid of such over-congested railroad tracks to make sure that passengers can travel in a comfortable way without any obstacles. There are some blocks which have the biggest impact on the growth of passenger flow, on the attractiveness of public transportation. These blocks help us utilize the infrastructure in the best way. Rafik already spoke about it, and it's all about hubs. We have built several of them, but we need to focus on hubs more. This is how passengers can change the means of transportation inside of the railroad and road network. When we introduced Moscow Central diameter and Moscow Central circle, we tried to make it coherent, to create a single system of transportation. And after 1, 2, or 3 months of hubs, the flow of passengers grew by 30% minimum and up to 3 times. Hubs have influence on the growth of passenger flow. And I would like to repeat that together with our colleagues, we try to do our best to integrate Moscow Central Circle with the subway. All the radial lines have transfers to the Moscow Central Circle in such a way that you don't have to go out. There are thousands of people traveling in subway and using the network, even more than 500,000 people on some days, where there are football matches, for example. The infrastructure is efficiently working, and I believe that we will develop it in the future. Tariffs are also important. The mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, took decision that the transfer from subway to Moscow Central Circle and Moscow Central diameter free of charge, thanks to such tariff decisions and attractiveness of such decisions, the number of passengers increased several times. We started Moscow Central diameter, and the first month demonstrated that the flow increased by 20%. It was convenient, it was free of charge, and transfers were made in comfortable way. The third point that we are working on is the following. We are trying to develop the standards of services. Of course, it includes several aspects. The quality of infrastructure, housekeeping, the quality of services for passengers. We try to do our best to improve the services. But one big issue here is the train itself, or the rolling stock. The rolling stock should develop. Our trains are one of the best in the world, and the rolling stock of our subway is now renewed The rolling stock of Moscow Central diameter is also renewed, and I'm not even talking about the buses and other means of transportation traveling on the roads. They are almost all new. We see that suppliers can produce new rolling stock. Till 2010, the rolling stock didn't change and it was not renewed. But since 2010, the situation has changed and clients ask us to renew the rolling stock and equipment as fast as possible to make sure that the rolling stock complies with the requirements of people today. We try to use new rolling stock, and people using new rolling stock are, so to say, in different environment. They feel completely different, and they see that the atmosphere around them is different. So rolling stock and renewal of rolling stock is also important. My colleagues already said that it's important to develop smart systems and mobile applications, allowing the passengers to know better what tariff can be chosen, what hub can be chosen, and how to navigate in the big railroad and road system of the city. These are our challenges. We are trying to tackle the issues. We see that there are positive assessments and we do receive the international awards, that's true, but we do not stop on that. That is the trend, and we will continue to promote public transportation in the future. That is the task set for us. Thank you very much for your detailed and in-depth presentation. Now it becomes clear, thanks to what factors the infrastructure is demanded by passengers. Now we see that the story is not only about planning and construction, it's about cooperation of two departments, and only thanks to cooperation we can reach such impressive results. Now I would like to hand over to Heather Thompson, the Director General of the Institute of Transportation Development Policy. What can you say about Moscow? Do you think that the approaches taken in Moscow comply with the international standards? And what can you say about the development of the infrastructure in general? I would like to give you like 3 minutes because we are limited in time and we have quite an intensive session. Thank you.
Hi there. Good to be with you. I wish I was there in person in Moscow, but I am calling in from California. It's been really wonderful to hear the impressive presentations. I was planning a presentation, so I'll try and go through it very, very quickly, since it sounds like we're limited on time, if that's okay. So just to tell you a little bit more about myself. So again, my name is Heather Thompson. I'm the CEO of the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. We are a nonprofit organization headquartered in New York City, but with offices and teams around the world, helping cities to be more sustainable by helping them plan their transportation. I know the topic of the presentation today was, what is a superstar city and what does the transportation infrastructure of a superstar city look like? And most of the times when we think about that, we think about smart cities with lots of technology from the future and flying cars and self-driving cars. But really, when I think about a superstar city, what makes a superstar city? It's when cities focus on sustainability, making sure that their transportation is developed in ways that minimize the impact on climate change and air pollution, and also making sure that transportation systems really meet the needs of all people, including low-income communities, women, and children. And so that really, as I've been so happy to hear about already today, it really means putting people at the center. And so it's about focusing on public transportation, walking and cycling, about the connectivity of these modes of transportation, but also thinking about land use, making sure that land use is developed in ways that is dense and compact, and also with mixed use. So we're combining both commercial and residential areas. And we're also thinking about ways to shift people out of their cars onto public transportation and walking and cycling. ITDP, along with other international organizations, including the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank and World Resources Institute and others, give away an annual award called the Sustainable Transportation Award. This is done by an international jury of those organizations. We've been doing this since 2005. And very excited, for those of you that don't know, Moscow actually was the winner of the honorable mention in 2016 and 2018 for so much of the tremendous work that you've been talking about already, really putting people, sustainability, and equitability at the center of the design of your transportation systems. In particular, Moscow was recognized for their work on bike share. At the time, 1 million bike share rides had been achieved with 300 new stations, 4,500 new bikes, and 200 kilometers of protected lanes. And I know since then you've been doing a lot of investment in your transportation systems, including with the metro and with the bus systems. This award was also given earlier on to the city of Paris in France in 2008. At that time, it was the first introduction of bike share with the Velib bike share system. A lot of protected cycle lanes were built in the city, along with parking management and bus rapid transit. In 2009, the city of New York won the award for reclaiming a lot of space, 49 acres away from transport into public space with protected lanes, pedestrian areas, and plazas. In 2011, Guangzhou, China won the award for a new innovative bus rapid transit system that combined trunk and feeder routes that carried up to 1 million passengers per day, along with integrating that with bike share and bike lanes. In 2012, the city of San Francisco in the US won for intelligent parking systems, reclaiming more parking space for people and public space and cycle and walkways. And then just this last year, in 2021, Jakarta in Indonesia won for an integrated system that combines their bus and metro with a new smart fare system called Jaklinggo, and also connecting it with walking and cycling, which really increased the ridership on the city transportation systems. And I share all of this to show you that it's really about putting people, equitability, sustainability at the center of the design, and that there's been a lot of evolution since then. As we look into the future, the pandemic has really caused us to focus on resilience. How do we make sure that cities can bounce back from various adverse issues, whether it's the pandemic or growing climate change? And there's this new idea of putting resilience at the center with the development of the 15-minute neighborhood. The city of Paris, who's gotten the Sustainable Transportation Award in the past, has really made this a focus of their new policy. So rather than just thinking about congestion and traffic, it's really thinking about how transportation and land use come together to make it so that people can reach all the destinations they need within a 15-minute walk or cycle ride. And so that's thinking about local destinations, not just where you're going, but bringing destinations to people, making sure that as you develop, you're using a fine street brain so that people don't have to walk too far to their destinations, and that all of that is being grounded in walking and cycling and connected by transit, again, in a short walk or a bicycle ride. And so rather than, again, thinking about taking people to their destinations, it's about bringing destinations to people so that we're less reliant on complicated transportation systems. So with that, I just encourage the city of Moscow, as you continue to think about the future and think about hubs, you really put people at the center, thinking about bringing destinations, bringing that 15-minute neighborhood to people. Cities are a living, breathing thing, just like people, and superstar cities will really be cities that put people at the center as they evolve into the future. The heart and souls of cities rest on people, and cities will thrive if people are thriving. We must design that with that in mind. Thank you so much.
Heather, thank you so much. I think the principle of putting human at the center of the urban development policy is close to everybody's heart. That's the principle Moscow is planning to live by. It would be interesting to hear to your fellow countryman, Michael Ripflogel. For a long time, Moscow was using New York as a role model. I think there are some areas where New York can now look at Moscow for inspiration. How did those principles, were they reflected in your activities, Vision Zero, parking changes? How can we put these principles into practice?
Michael?
Michael, can you hear us?
Okay. Yes. There we are. Yes, so I think very impressed by Moscow's accomplishments and achievements, especially in expanding the metro system and developing more integrated hubs and connecting and beginning to develop a much more robust system for walking and cycling. New York City, I think, and Moscow share many things in common. We are a city of over 8 million people in a metropolitan area of about 25 million with a very dense center. And we have the largest subway network in the Western Hemisphere with extensive commuter rail and highway connections. My agency, which I've just stepped down from, the New York City Department of Transportation, runs the streets and the sidewalks and the bike paths. The public transportation is actually operated by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey, which are controlled more at the state level, but we collaborate quite a lot. My agency administers and operates 9,000 kilometers of streets, the sidewalks, almost 800 bridges, 300,000 street lights, vast network of markings, over 2,000 kilometers of bike lanes, ferry services, and all the traffic signals, which are smart, interconnected traffic signals, increasingly operated for pedestrian safety with advanced, giving pedestrians and cyclists a head start to cross the street when the traffic lights turn green for the traffic, which we find has alone cut crashes and incidents at intersections by about a quarter. We stopped building new roads and expanding our roads more than 20 years ago because we recognized that we could not build our way out of traffic congestion, and that so instead we're focusing on how to better reallocate street space for walking, cycling, and public transport and public space. And we're developing more effective traffic operations, things like bus rapid transit, which we've done, for example, on 14th Street, as you see in this slide, which is dedicated for buses and trucks to operate in the heart of Manhattan. We're also working with our partner agencies to implement congestion pricing in the Central Business District. We expect this to go live within the next year or two, which should raise over $1 billion a year for public transportation, as well as cutting traffic congestion. And like in London or Stockholm, car drivers will have to pay to enter, and trucks also will have to pay to enter the central area. Our strategic goals are designed to make our transportation system safer, greener, smarter, and more equitable, while accommodating the city's growth economically and population growth within the existing roadway capacity. We've set explicit goals to reduce our greenhouse gases to 0 by 2050 and also to electrify our transportation system and to shift from about 67% of all trips today made by walking, cycling, and public transport. We want to increase that to 80% by 2050 as part of our Sustainable Transport Initiative. Vision Zero has been at the heart of our transportation program and goals, and we've accomplished that vast improvements in traffic safety by better enforcement by police and cameras, by reducing the speed limit citywide to to 25 miles an hour, 40 kilometers an hour, by redesigning our streets and our intersections and doing extensive safety education and outreach. The result has been that we've cut pedestrian deaths by more than a third over the past half dozen years, and since 2012, 7 of the 8 years have been the safest on record. The city has spent or committed over $5 billion to make the city streets safer in our capital programming process. We're constructing our busways and our cycleways at a rapid pace, about 50 kilometers a year for each of these. We today have about 220 kilometers of busways and about the same amount of fully protected bike lanes. And we have master plans that we're developing to expand these dramatically in the next several years. Our bike share system is the largest outside of China. We today have about 21,000 bikes with 42,000 docking places across the city. We expect the number of bikes to grow to 40,000 over the next 2 years, and this will help us boost the share of trips made by bicycle to 10% by 2050. An increasing number of these bike trips are also made by low-speed electric pedal assist bikes, which we see as an important means of increasing the appeal of cycling for many more people and to increase the share of trips and the distance of trips made by bicycle. New York City is spending about $1.5 billion a year to bring our 800 bridges and tunnels to a state of good repair. We're updating bridges to accommodate bicycling and other sustainable modes of transport. For example, on the Brooklyn Bridge, which you see here on this slide, we just recently announced plans to take away some of the moving traffic lanes to install bi-directional protected bike lanes, which will be going in fairly soon. We use, on traffic operations and management, this is of course very important since we're not expanding our roads, we need to operate them more effectively. We're using cameras for enforcement of bus lanes, of speed limits, for red lights. We're using bus priority for traffic signals so buses can hold a green light longer to get through the intersection and can get an early advance on a red light. We're introducing new mobile parking payments and transitioning over the next couple of years to license plate-based parking enforcement and administration. And we have converted, with the COVID crisis, over 10,000 parking spaces into cafe spaces on our streets as part of our Open Streets program. And this has helped to bring life back to the city even during the heart of the pandemic and given great, wonderful new character to the city. So we're in an era of big challenges. Moscow, New York, and all of the other superstar cities face these challenges. First and foremost, I think, is climate change, and we will not accomplish the goals that we need to reach zero emissions on climate change without also addressing equity and advancing other social goals, without advancing vehicle electrification, without managing the pace of technological innovation and moving people to more sustainable modes of transportation, and dealing with the increasing automation of transportation over time. We need to manage big data more effectively, and we need to make our whole transportation system safer. So I think New York looks forward to working with Moscow and other superstar cities to help learn together how we can address these big challenges. So I appreciate the invitation to be here today. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Very informative. I think all of us have something to think about because New York, unlike Moscow, has been investing into the transport infrastructure for a long time, over the last 100 years. So what have you done over 100 years? We had to do it over the last 10 years, and we had a heroic breakthrough as a city, but the question remains, what's next? And an idea that you need to jot down and take away from this intervention is that New York, like many other European Asian cities, even though the U.S. was always a car-oriented country, as far as I understand, the U.S. cities are now introducing paid entrances to vehicles. They're stressing the bicycle transport, green transport. They are reducing speed limits. So all those unpopular measures which other cities went through over the past 10 years, I think New York has arrived at this idea as well. So it's one of the perhaps strategic issues that other cities are faced with. In this regard, would like to give the floor to Eve. Could you please share with us transport in Berlin? What are the key priority development areas in Berlin? We're pressed for time, so if you could manage to put it in a brief presentation, we'd really appreciate it.
So, I hope you could see something. So, first of all, thank you very much for having me.
Eve, we cannot see your presentation. We do not see your presentation.
So maybe it's easier if I just talk instead of making a presentation, because what I want to say is one of the basic new developments we all have to have in mind is that next to wanting people to come into the system of public transportation, we also want to be inclusive as societies, and inclusion has different aspects, and the one I want to take out today is barrier-free inclusion, because we've had a lot of talk on people walking, people cycling, but there's an idea behind them that they are, young, or maybe they are able to walk, they're able to cycle, but we have all sorts of different types of disabilities where people might not even be able to do that, but they can be part of the public transportation system if you make it into a barrier-free and inclusive system. So that's one of the big issues we've been working on in the last years, and we have nearly all bus routes and buses which have disabled access, meaning that they're sort of ground floor. Our entire tram system has been operating barrier-free since 2017, which we're very proud of. And also our subway stations are now nearly 80% barrier-free. And as you know, our subway system started 100 years ago, where maybe barrier-free wasn't the main focus, meaning we have stairs all over the place. It's quite an accomplishment to then transfer the whole system into a barrier-free movement, and it means more freedom for a lot of people. We always have this idea that maybe it's people in wheelchairs, but we also have blind people, we have deaf people, we have other ways of disabilities, and those we cater for as well. And as I said, our trams are 100% barrier-free. They're also fast public transportation, since you can build them quicker than subways, and you can give them enough room so that they really go through the cities and through the outskirts of the cities as well. So in former times, we had around 640 kilometers of tram. Now we have 300 kilometers of tram. That is due to the history of Berlin, which has an eastern part and a western part. The eastern part kept their trams, and they're quite happy that they did. And now we want to expand our tram system to the western part as well, because we want to build more infrastructure. We want to have it electric, we want to have it fast, and we want to be able to build in a reasonable time frame. And that's the reason why trams in Germany, and especially in Berlin, are having sort of a renaissance, coming back to the public realm. And for us, that's one of the main new infrastructural tasks we have in front of us. We want to build basically 70 kilometers of new tram lines for Berlin, and as you know, Berlin is has 3.7 million inhabitants, and most of them are already here, so that it's not doing greenfield, but it's doing very much building within housing and also corporate environments, which means that there will be a lot of discussions on how do we want the city to be, what kind of 15 minutes radiance do we want, etc. And it's going to be a really, really important and interesting discussion really on how Berlin's public transportation face will look like in the next couple of years. So that's what I wanted to share with you, the aspect of barrier-free access, which means we really have accessibility and equity in the system built in itself, and the main way on how can we do this is build trams. Thank you very much.
Yves, thank you so much. You're right. One of the key priorities has something to do with inclusion. People differ. They have different needs. There are people with restricted mobility, and the current transport projects, they should individual needs of different groups of population into account. It was heartening to hear that human thoughts move ahead, and you said that East Berlin retained its tramway network. West Berlin destroyed it, but now wanted back. In Moscow, we have tramways network, we have trams, and we face similar challenges. Now, moving on to the last speaker, Alexander. From a designer standpoint, based on what you've heard today, what should be the key priorities in transport infrastructure designing? What principles should you be guided by when you design the transit system of the future, based on all the trends you're aware of?
Frankly speaking, today I represent the holding. which is owned by the government of Moscow. One of the heads of the companies has presented this discussion, and he made a presentation and covered the activities made by the company in the city. Today I would like to tell you that the company was created 10 years ago. The representatives of Trade and Construction Complex. The main task of the company is not only to build the subway, but also other infrastructural projects. The company was established on the basis of Design Institute, which is more than 60 years old. For the last 10 years, we have been fulfilling the functions of designer and general constructor. We do different kinds of jobs assigned to us by the government of Moscow. So today we understand what should be done on site. The assignments are set by the departments. The government of Moscow, on the basis of the assignment, the design documents are developed and then constructors build accordingly. We do have vast experience related to the construction of transportation infrastructure. We have worked for several years in Moscow. We put into operation 105 kilometers of subway, 51 new stations, and 11 electric engine houses, including Sokol. Till the end of 2021, we will put into operation 9 new stations. And we will also reconstruct Kakhovskaya station. So till the end of this year, we will build 27 kilometers of subway lines and 1 electric engine house. The unique experience of our company was awarded. We made a Guinness World Record, the biggest number of tunnel boring shields were working at the same time on various sites in Moscow. 23 tunnel boring shields were working at the same time at the construction sites of Moscow. It is our record, which puts us in the same on the same level with top companies. So our biggest project is a large circle line. 12 stations are opened now for passengers. It is 70 kilometers long. It will be the longest underground circle in the world, and the inhabitants of the city will be able to save 30 minutes of their time thanks to a big number of hubs and transference stations. In addition to that, we're working on radial lines, including Troitskaya line. We are finishing the design of other subway lines. The works on sites of subway are taking place 24/7. 18,500 people are working there. So we need to put into operation 57 subway lines, 24 stations, and 3 electric engine houses. Till 2023, the government of the city pays quite a lot of attention to transport infrastructure and transport interchange hubs. We are working on 22 transport interchange hubs. 16 of them are now under construction. At Nizhegorod station, we are creating the biggest European transport interchange hub. It is built on the basis of Nizhegorod subway station. So in 2020, it brought together several subway lines. The passenger flow of transport interchange hub will be about 600,000 people per day. In addition to that, we are building there an art object, a park, and a public space. The art stands for the system of Moscow transportation. We are dealing with the design and planning of roads. So in this area, we also constructed quite a lot of roads. Today, we are celebrating the date when the land which belonged to Moscow region was given to the city of Moscow, and now the roads are built there, and it's an important part of our transportation infrastructure. So we are working according to the tasks of the government. The tasks are being fulfilled, definitely. So the program, which was planned until 2023, will be implemented for sure. Thank you very much, Alexander, for your presentation, and as an inhabitant of the city, I would like to thank you for your contribution. If there's no company that builds it all, the plans will remain on paper. But such people as you, and companies as you, bring the projects to reality. I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants of the session. We can see it from Moscow and other cities of the world that the development of transportation infrastructure is a top priority. No one stops them, and of course infrastructure is the basis for the development of the city. However, we shall not forget about the fact that in addition to the development of infrastructure, we should also make sure that we develop the inclusivity, the sustainability of the city, and think about the strategy of the city. We have to think about inclusivity on the one hand, environmental constraints on the other hand, the speed limits which are necessary in the big cities. And these are the challenges which all the big cities face. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and have a good day.
Все, ну все наше. Все время наше. Ну если пораньше, то пораньше. Или как? Или... Нет, это ты же мне как скажешь, а у нас сейчас все хорошо. Все. Добрый день, дамы и господа, коллеги. Я Кирилл Токарев, шеф-редактор, ведущий телеканала РБК, благодаря которому, уверен, многие сейчас и смотрят нашу трансляцию. Рад приветствовать вас на сессии «Инвестиции в будущее. Экономика глобального города». Ну что же, об этом много говорилось в ходе этого форума, да это известно в принципе. Итак, всем города...
Cities are major players in global economic transformation because they concentrate huge financial, economic, human resources. That's where new business models come into life. It is the major cities that had to face the coronavirus shock. They had to restart businesses. They suffered most as a result of the pandemic. Today we're going to talk about this topic, the contribution of business to economic recovery, the role of the state, how it's going to affect business models, following what we have unfortunately seen over the last few years, the role of cities in all these processes, and many other topics. I'm not going to waste our time. Our panelists, Alexander Lomakin, First Deputy Minister of Construction and Utilities of Russia, Vladimir Yefimov, Deputy Moscow Mayor for Property Relations and Economic Policy. We're going to be joined soon by Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation, Maxim Reshetnikov. Also, online, new world, new reality. We have our Bursa Mayor Alnur Aktash and Geoffroy Aboulard, Deputy Chairman of Greater Paris Metropolis for Digitalization and External Communication. I would like to start with the representatives of the Mayor's Office, the city which was the first to face the shock of the coronavirus pandemic. I think your response was more than robust. I think you've managed to retain the investment flow in the cities, and recently the Industrial Development Index, which was released recently, it shows that the situation is fairly well in Moscow. The economic policy, economic model is one of the most effective globally. So the question is when they're going to come for our goodies. So if you want, you can answer this question. Last year, I think we started this discussion. Is it? Does the Moscow model lend itself to scaling? Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Moscow was really one of the first to face the new COVID-19 and was one of the first to react with means of restrictions. There is no doubt that they had negative impact on business. But you are right to say that in terms of macroeconomic indicator, we managed to finish the year positively. And when I say positively, I mean that we managed to keep positive dynamics there. We see similar trends this year. Of course, it's not correct to compare this year to the previous year, because this year we had some periods of the most strict restrictions. So if you compare this year with the previous year, you will not get the right picture. But frankly speaking, right now, we look quite good, even in terms of our forecasts for 2021 made in 2019. We still have a positive accumulated effect. And you ask the question why. You say everything is good in Moscow. And I believe that it's a phrase which you hear everywhere. If everything is good and you're rich, then everything is fine. But any well-being is the result of long and well-coordinated efforts. If you have a look at our budget, you will see that significant changes were made over the last 10 years. If you have a look at our economic situation, you will see that there are significant changes there as well. Let me tell you what I mean. If you take the situation in 2000, for example, in 2008 and 2010, Moscow received quite a lot of money from the oil and gas sector, and the share of income from oil and gas sector was from 17 to 18% for Moscow. And in the structure of budget of the city of Moscow, the income tax was so that it accounted for about 50% of the budget. And the personal income tax was about 40%. The share of income tax is about 35% now, but the share of personal income tax is about 50% now. And there's another important rule. It happened not on its own. It happened thanks to the introduction of new taxation policy. A big part of money were redistributed thanks to the changes. And currently, we are in comparable conditions when we not receive about 300 billion rubles, which are now spent in other regions of Russia. Thanks to the changes of taxation regulation, we managed to have positive dynamics, and we managed to make sure that our economic situation is positive despite the pandemics, and it happened thanks to structural changes of how the budget was used. Our investment strategy was dramatically changed. The share of investment increased by 2 times, and currently it accounts for 35 to 40%. We're speaking about special purpose investment programs aimed at the improvement of economics in general. We did it all in 2011. So thanks to the changes of the legislation I spoke about, the growth of the budget till the middle of 2016 was lower than inflation rate, lower than in other regions of Russia, and lower than the growth of the federal budget. But only thanks, starting with 2016, we started to have advanced progress. Currently, our indicators of the investment growth are higher on average than in Russia. We started an investment sector which was a driving force for the attraction of additional investment. If you take 1 ruble of our investment, you will see that we have 3 rubles of private investment. We significantly increased the subway network. Each subway station became a driving force where private investment projects started to develop. We created beneficial conditions for land use, and we provide land use for the development of industrial facilities. In addition to that, we create public spaces. Public spaces lead to the formation of new service-related business companies. We see that financial sector, service sector, social sector grow significantly, which is an integral part of large cities of the world. And you were right to say that the industrial facilities are also growing. All in all, it is a testimony to the fact that any large city lives thanks to the fact that service sector actively develops. A key thing related to industry is, of course, the introduction of innovations. And of course, our companies actively introduce innovations. There are some good examples. We know Azelka plant, for example. It doesn't work, but in the facilities of that plant, Renault company works. And it produces the same amount of cars, but there are 5 times less people, and it occupies 2.5 less area. So that is all thanks to innovation. That was how we managed to go through the pandemic year successfully. The innovations helped to diversify the economy of the city. Now we are facing another difficult stage, and unfortunately now we have to introduce additional means of restrictions, but we are carefully tracking the changes in the economy, and of course we will take specific solutions that will have companies overcome hardships. But here I would like to say that many businessmen and entrepreneurship try to abuse the public opinion, like restaurators, for example, who spoke about the fact that their income decreased by 80%. I don't know where they took the figures from. Their income really decreased, but the decrease was by 15 or 20%, and actually today it is higher than the average annual income of the previous year, so you have to be careful when you work with figures. Thank you very much. We will speak about the accuracy, and we will speak about the industry in the future, but in the first part of our conversation it's necessary to be on time, so I would like to give the mic to Stefano Marco, coordinator from OECD. Can you hear us?
расскажите. Да, все слышно, отлично.
Yes. Could you please tell us about the strategies and programs that are developed by the government of Moscow contributed to the engagement of private sector in the economy of the city? What indicators determine success of the cities related to sustainable development goals, and how should the cities work with private sector in general?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here today. We have been working as a CD with the City of Moscow for almost 2 years now on a program called the Territorial Approach to the SDGs, where we have been analyzing how sustainability and how the Sustainable Development Goals can be a tool for the city to work with the private sector. So we've been seeing first that the City of Moscow is mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations in local public action. In particular, the city is really using the Sustainable Development Goals to see as a checklist to assess and highlight the contribution of the various local development programs and initiatives to sustainable development. The city has 3 main local development strategies that is using to promote sustainability. One is the Master Plan 2010-2035. Another one is the Investment Strategy 2025. And finally, there is the Smart City 2030. So the idea of this program, of this collaboration with the City of Moscow, is to understand how the Sustainable Development Goal can be also a tool to connect these 3 strategies and to include sustainability, to strengthen the sustainability dimension of these 3 strategies. We have been developing an indicator framework to measure the progress of the City of Moscow towards sustainable development. And what we saw is that we use OECD indicator and also 18 city-specific indicators that were provided by the City of Moscow. We can see that in terms of sustainable development goals, the main strengths of the city are in particular related to education. That is one is where the city is performing beyond the OECD average. Decent work, industry, and innovation. These are really 3 drivers of sustainable development for the city. We also saw that there are still some challenges that we are working on with the city to address, and one is sustainable consumption, environmental protection, and institutions, so SDG 16. So this is what we came out with our indicator framework. And going back to the focus of your question, so the role of the private sector, we see that the private sector is really playing a key role in the city of Moscow. 2/3 of the capital investment in Moscow comes from the private sector. We saw that more and more the private companies are working towards sustainability, towards the SDGs, and they play a key role in sustainability projects in the city. And the investment strategy 2015 that the city has developed can be really a driver to include more and more the private sector and to work on sustainability with the private sector. As OECD, we are providing some guidance on how local government in general, not only Moscow, but all the cities and the regions that are part of our program on the territorial approach to the SDGs can use this tool of the Sustainable Development Goals to strengthen partnership on specific sustainability projects with the private sector. One of the first recommendations is to create awareness about the SDGs among the local businesses, because in particular the small and medium-sized enterprises sometimes are working on sustainability, but they are not really aware of the SDGs. So there is a need for the public government to create awareness on the SDGs. The second one is to provide space for networking, coordination, and platform for sharing good practice. And again, this is in particular relevant for the small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are very small and sometimes they cannot have a big impact if they don't work together. So it's useful if the local government provides this space for collaboration. The third one is the risk investment in innovative product and markets towards sustainability. So here there is really an opportunity for the city to work and to provide some support to companies to work on innovative projects towards sustainability. And finally, the fourth point is the importance of public procurement that can be a very powerful tool to achieve social and environmental outcomes. So here the idea, the recommendation is that local government can include some sustainability criteria when providing, when using public procurement for their action. So these are the some reflection and that we are developing with the City of Moscow. We'll continue, we are going to launch very soon the report by September, so we invite all of you to participate in this event, and I really would like to thank the Deputy Mayor and all the Department of Investment, Public Investment of the City of Moscow that has been working with us for these 2 years.
Спасибо, спасибо, господин Марта.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marta. We will continue. There are many ambitious tasks before the ministry, but 2 key ones, please correct me if I'm wrong, raising investments into the industry. Moscow is on the right track, and territorial development is the second priority. It's a moot point, but I think Moscow has been equally successful. What are the new mechanisms being developed by the ministry? What needs to be done in order to speed up and to step up investments and maybe to scale up the territorial development models being used by Moscow and other cities, which serve as example to others? Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. I would like to welcome everybody once again. I think it's a very important event. As I said this morning, it's important that we managed to get together in this composition. Unfortunately, not everybody could make it here, but we are discussing serious issues. We have an ambitious task ahead of ourselves, building up to 1 billion square meters of housing until the year 2030 across the country. Housing not only in terms of the number of square meters, but also we're talking about quality. So we're talking about housing that has all supportive infrastructure, engineering, social, transport, etc. To a great extent, this goal is similar to what Moscow has been doing as part of their housing stock renovation program. This is all being scaled up to cover all other regions. Unlike Moscow, unfortunately, not all regions enjoy similar economic situation. So at the federal level, a set of measures, support measures, economic support measures was developed for the regions. Infrastructural menu, we call it. It's an ability to take out infrastructural loans. You can raise funds through infrastructural bonds. You can tap into National Welfare Fund. There are some other infrastructural tools which are made available, but the ones I've listed are the key ones. And using these tools by the regions would allow regions to finance the construction of infrastructural projects, and this in turn would boost the inflow of private investments. It was said 1 ruble of budget funds generate several rubles from private sources. This program is underway, is being implemented. We are now vetting applications from different regions. Regions have been very responsive to this program. They've been sending their applications. To answer your second question, December last year, at the federal level, a law was passed on integrated territorial development. This is the law which makes it possible to take a territory and view its development from the standpoint of housing development, transport infrastructure development, social infrastructure development. So by marrying these 2 instruments, integrated development and the financial menu instrument, this would allow regions to develop, to thrive, to raise private funds, to build housing stock, to create jobs. The most important thing is for them to be able to create comfortable, livable environment for people. Also, we shouldn't be limited to regions, individual regions. The agglomerations, when, for example, 2
cities or to towns nearby, they create an agglomeration. And such agglomeration creates a synergy effect. Administrative borders are notional. So oftentimes people reside in one town and work in another town. So if we combine those towns into an agglomeration by using their infrastructural menu, using the existing laws, we can promote economic development in different regions or cities. Another question, if I may. Clearly, the federal authorities are doing a lot to develop territories, to raise investments locally. Are federal programs enough? To put it in simple terms, many people say that the issue lies with the local authorities, with the municipal authorities, because some people want to borrow and to use better practices, best practices, like in Moscow. In other places, it's not the case. Yes, of course, there are problems locally. Of course, numerous regional and local authorities have doubts because speaking about infrastructural menu, of course, clearly we're talking borrowed funds, even though those are federal funds to be channeled to the regions, but those are all borrowed funds. So each project needs to be carefully reviewed, vetted in terms of its feasibility and recuperability of expenditures. Just like with the housing stock renovation program. Originally, there was a strong pushback by some Muscovites. Others were in doubt, but later on became clear that it was a good thing to do. It was very useful. And the same happens with the regions. Of course, they're doubting people, but soon enough, they will change their mind. Well, let us hope. 3 major projects were launched during the pandemic: industrial neighborhoods, the business support program, proper green bonds, a high-profile. It may be mind-boggling, green bonds in the pandemic times. So how did you manage to make them a success? Well, industrial quarters or industrial neighborhoods, this is a program of the comprehensive territorial development. We see the city has a huge potential, over 2,000 hectares and 33 million square meters of real estate. That would spur investments. It would spur economic development in the city. Speaking about green bonds, they came as a result of the tough year we had last year because there was shortfalls in our revenues. We didn't generate as much profit as expected, but we need to look at the need for a coherence. We made a promise that we would implement projects, infrastructural projects, road projects, and if we fail to implement those projects, it would be impossible to jumpstart private investments. This year, we don't have sufficient resources, so we made a tough decision, but a decision that we had to make. We tapped into borrowings through green bonds. We use green bonds proceeds to finance metro construction. So 70 billion rubles worth of green bonds have been placed, and it's one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our OECD partners spoke about it. We are working closely with the OECD. They advise us on how we need to change our policies in this regard. I'm sure that all these projects that we are talking about now, they will have a positive economic effect. And finally, business support measure. It was a forced measure in response to the restrictions we imposed. Of course, we're reluctant to introduce those measures but for us, the throughput of our healthcare system is the main indicators, the main gauge, main factor in our decision-making. If we compare ourselves to other major cities, the second wave, we fared fairly well. because we had built up a very high throughput capacity at our clinics. Nowadays, we are not introducing strict measures, even though the situation is worse. As I said, Alinur Aktash is with us. Bursa, your town, is focusing on raising investments quite successfully. What mechanisms are you using? How do you incentivize investors? What are the key priority and the most popular sectors of the economy among your private investors? Thank you.
Sesim geliyor herhalde. Evet. Öncelikle
First of all, I would like to welcome all participants of the Moscow Urban Forum from the most beautiful town in Turkey, Bursa. I hope that there will be useful results achieved as a result of the forum, and I would like to wish everybody good health. A few words about Bursa. Very briefly,
şimdi katılımcılar adını
dear participants, Bursa is an important city for Turkey. It's the first capital city in the Ottoman Empire. It's a city that has the vestiges of all civilizations. More than 3 million people live in Bursa. The city opens great opportunities due to its strong economy. We are in the moderate climate zone with very strong agricultural areas. We have a long time historic legacy. We're at the crossroad of Europe and Asia, one of the key transport hubs of Turkey. Land, railway, air. The city has always been attractive to tourists, to visitors. It was on the Silk Road. Since the 14th century, it's become one of the key trade centers. We have various trade centers, shopping centers. Bursa is still one of the hearts of Turkey. Bursa is well known for its sites, which have been made on the UNESCO World Heritage List. We're known for our thermal spas, wintertime sports, summertime sports, and tourism. We were a member of 16 international organizations. You can see them on the slide. For example, International Museums Union, International Union of Research and Development Organizations. We have representatives of 25 various countries. We have consulates from 26 countries. We started with Germany, but we continued with Belarus, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, China. So 25 countries are present, and we have sister relationships with 23 cities of the world. As I said, we have well-developed agriculture, tourism. We are developing major transport projects. Gebze-Organzi-Izmir highway project was completed. We are fairly close to Istanbul, 2 hours by car. Numerous transport projects have been completed. North Marmaris Highway. Bursa, one of the key drivers of Bursa's development is its proximity to the sea. We can use numerous seaports on the Sea of Marmara. 7 seaports we have access to. We develop such areas as automotive industry, clothing, children clothing, textile, chemical industry, plastic industry, food industry, and other industries. According to some data, it is the 3rd largest producer in Turkey of all the cities in Turkey. Our main investors are Germany, France, and Italy. Here you can see these industries where our foreign investors have investments in automotive industry, 56%, also chemical industry, transport, transit. We know that Bursa is one of the leading automotive centers in Turkey. We have Fiat, Renault, Peugeot, Cobra, and other automotive plants operating in Bursa. Bursa is also one of the major producers of spare parts for cars. Textile is another important area. We export a lot of products produced in Bursa. We have a lot of major textile factories. Bursa is actively developing its engineering, metals industry. It was in Bursa historically, so 12% of Bursa's exports is taken up by metals. And a lot of well-known brands are domiciled in Bursa. Forestry is another area, another segment we develop. Speaking about agriculture, over 142,000 hectares of arable land, watered arable land, and we produce a lot of foodstuffs. We produce a lot of food products in Bursa. In terms of the exports, it's the second largest city in Turkey. In 2020, more than $13 billion worth of products were exported. This, of course, bolstered our infrastructure and promoted our economic development, spurred our economic development. These are the key economic partners of Bursa: Germany, France, and Italy, the three major economic partners. Unfortunately, you're running out of time. Yes, thank you. I'm wrapping up. Speaking about our projects, I would like to say that we have an important project, a thermal facility, thermal complex. We offer very good conditions to investors. Another important project has something to do with tourism. As well as a marina project, a berthing station for yachts, very good terms and conditions. We would like to announce another interesting project, Lodach winter sports facility. We plan to build a Congress hall there. Lodach can be used year-round, so it's a place for year-round tourism. There are also several projects of landscaping and beautification in the city, and they're also open to external investors. They're called Odoluk. I have to end here. Thank you very much for inviting. Thank you, all participants. We will continue. Mr. Bular, what's the role of private investors and investments in the life of larger Paris? Any recipes you can share with us?
Monsieur le ministre de l'économie, cher Maxime Rechnikov, Monsieur le ministre.
Dear Mr. Minister of Economic Development, Maxime Reshetnikov, dear First Deputy Moscow Mayor, Deputy Minister Mr. Lomakin, and dear Mr. Yefimov, Deputy Mayor of Moscow, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the representative of the French government, which is involved in the Greater Paris project, I would like to say that we are driving this project, delivering on this project. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, for sanitary reasons you're aware of, we couldn't make it to your forum in person, unfortunately. So I have to speak remotely, but still I would like to recall that our Greater Paris metropolis enjoys very close ties with Moscow. The last 2 years, we made 2 trips to Moscow. March 2019, we had exchange of experience, and our chairman, Mr. Ollier, also participated in Moscow Urban Forum in July, and we launched a joint development program with Moscow Mayor Sobyanin, and it was witnessed by other representatives from France and Russia. In addition, we were present. We attended St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. We took part in a roundtable together with Maxim Reshetnikov, Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation. Speaking about the role of private investments in the larger Paris metropolis, so there are 7.2 million residents, over 100 communities cooperating with our mayor's office and that represent the territory of our region. We launched a major important project called Greater Paris Metropolis. That project constitutes a competition, a call for action in the urban development area. The authorities, French authorities, held different competitions, calls for action, bids inviting private companies who could present their private projects. A few numbers: 10 billion euro of investments. That's what we raised, and this allowed us to beautify numerous areas. 80,000 jobs were created as a result of that, as a result of our project. That's the total number. In addition, last year, our chairman, Ollier, was re-elected, and he launched a third stage of major calls for action and bids for the territorial development. And an important work is being carried out in the industrial areas, in the residential areas. We are cooperating with the city of Moscow. And for example, in the project Moscow Neighborhoods, Mr. Yefimov talked about this. I would like to remind you that we have a high density of population in our metropolis, and our project has a third goal, that is the improvement and beautification of our railway stations and transport hubs. We are talking about 79 metro stops, and we need to upgrade our metro lines. This will be part of the Greater Paris tomorrow. In addition, Greater Paris Metropolis, we managed to mobilize private investments thanks to the creation of special economic zones. We are talking about investments into 200 different projects. For example, we have a group that is designing and constructing different sports facilities. They are renovating Stade de France, Stadium of France. We are building an international aquatic center as part of the preparation for 2024 Olympic Games. And Mr. Ollier, in the framework of these activities, signed several projects, agreements with the city of Moscow on the exchange of best practices. In particular, we are working with Moscow in brownfield redevelopment projects. Private investments are being mobilized in scale. We are trying to use private investments to improve living standards of our residents, to improve ecology, and there's a goal to switch to e-mobility and cars with zero emissions. Speaking about emissions, we have respective projects, we have laws that constantly reduce lower CO2 emission limits. Every year, our limits are becoming more and more stringent, but it's a major problem because, our residents still have to breathe dirty air. A special neighborhood is being built in the district where I was mayor, and office buildings are being built, total area of 140,000 square meters. It will house retail, shops, offices. So private investments are at the heart of our urban development strategy. Thank you. Mr. Boular, thank you so much. Actually, I would like to get back to you. I know there are no uniform recipes. Maybe work hard, think with your head, look beyond the horizon. But can we apply Moscow's recipes to other cities of our rich country? Any universal recipes? You know, basically, if you do it once, you do it twice, you do it thrice, and it works every time. Speaking about recipes that can be used by all cities or most cities, the recipe is investments into transport infrastructure and into public spaces. These investments, they will generate additional private investments. They will spur the private sector development. And most importantly, they would create comfortable conditions for residents, would make people want to stay in those places. Thank you. Alexander Nikolaevich, have you seen any progress in recent years? You know, the urban space development outside of Moscow, in mid-sized cities and towns. Any progress? Or do we have a number of exemplar cities and the rest is somewhere far behind?
The situations can be different, but the fact is that the progress is in the mindset. The progress is that all the regions of Russia are now thinking about it. They set corresponding tasks, and all the regions basically understand that the creation of a comfortable environment with integrated development, comfortable living conditions are one of the main recipes for economic and investment development. Thank you. So Maxim Reshetnikov managed to join us. Hello, thank you for finding time. I know that you are busy, so without any further ado, I know that you are working on the roadmap to attract investment. What is the role of large cities there? And what tools, as you think, should be used by large cities to attract investment as fast as possible in difficult times, difficult for Russia and the whole world? Hello. Hello, dear colleagues and dear friends. Unfortunately, I can't be present at Moscow Urban Forum. It's a great platform for the development of new ideas. Things discussed at Moscow Urban Forum are relevant for the start of a new investment cycle. And let me explain why. Right now, a large set of tools is being implemented for the support of investments. Corresponding agreements were introduced last year. There are budget infrastructure loans, restructurization of the regional debts, and so on. At the same time, it's very important for us to understand not only what resources we have, but what particular investment we are going to have and where will the investment go to. Right now, we have a package of good industrial projects. They served as the basis for the first agreements aimed at investment in gas, chemicals, petrochemicals, oil refinery, and so on. It's a good and industrial basis of economy which ensures economic growth and certain level of investment. At the same time, if we have a look at this situation, we will understand that if we go this way, people will not see it, first of all. Large projects have a good impact on GDP and macroeconomic indicators, but every person will not see the results of such projects. And only when they see social expenditures, then they will perhaps say it. And we need to make sure that our investments are smarter. What do I mean? I mean that industrial investments should be accompanied with investments into roads, water reservoirs, railroads, airports, and so on. So we need to make sure that there are investments in the cities, in comprehensive development of the territories, in the better environment of the city, more advanced territories of the city. We also need new spheres of investments in intellectual property and other types of assets. These are some spheres which we do not recognize as something significant, but it shouldn't be so. According to the results of the first quarter of this year, we see that there are some qualitative changes in the structure of investment. For example, there are significant factors that led to it. And I believe that changes will help us reach the targets, 70% of the level of 2020. So what is being discussed today is truly important. We do create certain instruments and tools, but we have to make sure that the tools come hand in hand with the changes of the investment structure. I started to talk to you about the promotion of capital investment. It was aimed at large projects first, but this Act will be changed. It will be amended, and thanks to the amendments, it will be easier to make agreements in the sphere of services, tourism, and comprehensive development of the cities. We try to expand such tools, budget and infrastructural loans, billions of rubles till 2030. The rules of distribution were announced. All the regions will be able to participate in the distribution of funds, and that is one more area of focus where we describe particularly the areas where investments can be made, like industrial, manufacturing sector, a large comprehensive development of the city, construction projects, advanced territories. Traditionally, we dealt with capital investments, but we created conditions for the development of non-material assets. Let me give you an example. ESG financing, for example. There's a document developed by us together with the entrepreneurs and other regions of Russia about taxonomy of green projects. It will be a driving force to the development of investment projects. We also start the mechanism of experimental and legal regimes. The legislation is prepared, so we will introduce changes to the laws to introduce unmanned taxis in the cities, deliveries of cargo with drones, large data or big data processing. We have a really vast area of activity. At the end of the day, we need to create conditions for investments for large cities, industrial centers, and rural areas too. One more thing, which is always important to remember, when we say Moscow Urban Forum, we start to compare the agglomerations of large cities and rural areas. I believe that we have to stay from the very beginning. We do not support the agglomeration. We support points of growth no matter where they are. just agglomeration is a big point of growth. But let's be frank, there are large cities that do not have necessary dynamics of development, management teams, a strategy of development. We do have experience of Moscow, Kazan, St. Petersburg, and other large cities. We all see what happens there. This is what we can see really well. But on the other hand, there are large cities which do not have such dynamics, which do not use all the opportunities they have. But on the other hand, there are rural areas, remote areas, which actively develop tourism, for example, agriculture, food processing. They are also points of growth. So our tools have to take into account that such growth should be supported too. Only if you support efficient regions, settlements, and towns, you can ensure advanced development of Russia. That is the task set by the President of Russia. That was my comment. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Yeah, we do have a lot of questions, but unfortunately the time is limited. Thank you for your time. We have 30 seconds left. I love to draw conclusions, but maybe Mr. Yefimov, you could wrap up and give advice to the mayors of other cities and towns and people watching us online. I can only repeat the main idea. As far as development of a city is concerned, or any settlement is concerned, it's necessary to support investment. We spoke about different tools for that, and the government offers a lot of opportunities. There are changes in strategies and approaches of the regions. We see that positive dynamic is here, so let's work, work, and work. I hope that instruments will be demanded. Thank you, Mr. Yefimov. Thank you, Alexander. I thank everyone watching us online. Good luck to you and stay healthy. Hello, dear friends. Hello, dear guests. We are ready to start. Our session Sharing is Caring, Sharing Economy Perspectives of Transportation Sharing Services and what impact it has on the urban environment. My name is Dmitry Zavyalov and I'm head of the chair at Entrepreneurship and Logistics at Plekhanov University. We will start our discussion with platform and sharing economy. We all know that it became a part of our everyday life. This is what we see every day. We see that sharing services had huge impact on urban environment, on the cities. The sharing services become more and more popular. Think about the following. Over the last 6 years, there were 130 million drives by shared cars. In addition to that, there are shared bikes, electric scooters, and many more. Sharing platforms open a huge new sphere which allows to manage and construct urban environment to improve mobility of the citizens. And this is what we are going to talk about with our guests today. Let me introduce our participants. So, Valentina Savina, Engineer, Mobility Planning Area Director at AAMAD, Environment, Mobility and Territory Agency of the City of Milan. Can you hear us?
Yeah, very well.
I hope we will not have any problems with the connection. Magomed Kolgaev, Head of Sharing Projects at Moscow Department of Transport and Road Infrastructure Development. Hello. Yevgeny Tatarnikov from VTB Leasing, Commercial Director. Sam Zaid is also with us online, Founder and Executive Chairman of Get Around. Sam, it's great to have you with us. Loriana Sardar, co-founder and managing partner, Belka Car. Hello. Hello. And we're waiting for other participants who will join us a little bit later. Let us start. I believe that the topic is truly interesting. Our biggest enemy today is time. We are going to stick to the time frame, and if something goes wrong, I will give you a sign that you have to finish your presentation. Let me introduce the first speaker, Valentina Savina.
Okay, good morning good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the invitation at the Moscow Urban Forum.
Yeah, it's great to have you here with us today. Perhaps the most famous urban development of the lockdown times are the countless pop-up bike lines that appeared in many European cities. And I think that Milan is one of the greatest examples here because you transformed 35 kilometers of the central city streets into bike lines, and you are promoting and encouraging cycling, micromobility, pedestrian traffic. I think this Strada Aperta project is really a great one. So, and as far as I know, you are planning to launch a specific digital platform combining together 17 different operators of city mobility services. So tell us, please, how Milan is working with mobility services, which approaches and instruments are the most effective ones, how you are creating effective, sustainable and safe urban mobility environment.
Okay, I'm starting my presentation. 1 second. Okay. Okay, perfect. So when I'm speaking about the sharing mobility, I usually start with the SUMP, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan of the City of Milan. The Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, as you can see, is based on 4 pillars: sustainable mobility, equity, security and social cohesion, environmental quality, and innovation and economic efficiency. The most important goal of our sustainable urban mobility plan are the motorization rate reduction, the congestion reduction, and the CO2 reduction. One of the most important goal in relation to one of the most important instrument in sense of the reduction of the mobility rate is the sharing mobility. As you can see, we started in 2010 with more than 700,000 cars in our city, and last year we arrived at 780,000 cars. So we had a very important reduction in terms of mobility rate. Last year the mobility rate was 49 cars each 100 inhabitants, and in our sustainable mobility plan the goal is to achieve 46 cars each 100 inhabitants. In this slide, you can see the history of our sharing mobility. We started very far in 2004 with a pilot project in relation to the car sharing, and after in 2008 we started with bike sharing, the station-based bike sharing, but the revolution in relation to the sharing mobility was in 2013 when the city of Milan decided to open the market to the private mobility provider. And since this specific moment was an explosion in relation to the different system, different company, and in relation to start with the change of the behavior for the citizen in terms of use the different mobility service. In this slide, you have the use of the different sharing mobility systems we have in our city since March 2020, when the city of Milan was in lockdown. We started the lockdown the 9th of March 2020, and we finished the first lockdown in May 2020. And in this slide you have the reduction of the use, the different mobility sharing service we have in Milan. For instance, the car sharing reduction in April 2020 was minus 92% of the normal use in 2019. After we had a different start of the service, and in September 2020 the situation was more or less normal in terms of the use of the service and in terms of the service of the city. But after, in October, we come back in a second lockdown for the second wave of the pandemic situation. In May 2020, in order to support the public transport, because the public transport was limited for the social distance, was limited at 50% of his maximum capacity. And in order to support the public transport, the strategic measure policy was sharing mobility and bike lane. We started with the project. Called the Strade Aperte, where you can see the bike lane we create with the Strade Aperte. The first goal of Strade Aperte was 35 kilometers, but at the end we arrived to develop 67 kilometers of bike lane in our city, And in this slide, you have the picture of the most important commercial street, Corso Buenos Aires, before and after with the bike lane we create thanks to the Strade Aperte project. And the result in relation to the Strade Aperte project is very interesting for the city, because we increase the modal share, the modal split of the travel along Corso Buenos Aires is more or less 20% in favor of the bike system. But the sharing mobility in our city is composed by car sharing. We have more or less 30,000 cars. 44% of those cars are totally electric. We have 50,000 bikes. 23 of those bikes are electric. After we have 4,500 scooters, 100% electric, and 5,250 kick scooters in service in our city. In this slide, you can see the use of the sharing mobility. For instance, for the car sharing, we have more or less 9,000 daily rental for the car sharing, and during the last year is totally changed the use of the car sharing, because increase the number of kilometers traveled by the car sharing. Now we have 11 kilometers run by car sharing. Before was on average 4 or 5 kilometers for 20 minutes, and now we have 86 minutes average rental for the car sharing. After we have the number in relation to the use of the bike sharing. We have, in relation to the bike sharing, we have 14,000 daily rental for 1.5 kilometers on average, and 18 minutes on average for the use of the bike sharing. And in relation to the scooter sharing, we have 3 kilometers average for 12 minutes. And for the kick scooter, we have 1.5 kilometers of average on average, and 12 minutes of use on average. The city of Milan started with AMAT, is a company 100% owned by the city of Milan, and I'm the director of the mobility department. And we dedicated part of our time in order to monitoring all the system, or all the mobility system, in order to give to the city of Milan all the data in relation to the use of all the mobility system in Milan. We started with Area B and Area C. Area B and Area C are two big limited traffic zones. Area C is the limited traffic zone, the congestion charge area we have in Milan. Area C is located in the very inner part of our city, and is the schema is the congestion charge. After we have Area B, is the largest limited traffic zone, more or less 75% of the territory in our city. But the rule of Area B is in relation to the pollution, is a low emission zone, so it is possible to enter inside Area B if the pollution rule, the pollution aspect of your car is compliance with the rule of Area B. After every day we send those data to our policymaker, and we give the congestion index of the street, the on-street parking use, the interchange parking use, the metro passenger, the car sharing use, bike sharing, and so on. In those slides you can see some example of data we send every day to the policymaker. In blue, you can see the average use of the underground network. This is the chart in relation to the underground network. In blue, you can see the use on average in 2019. In blue broken line, you can see the average use of the public transport in June 2019. In yellow is the situation the day, for instance, Monday 14 June, and in black broken line is the average use during the lockdown for the public transport. This is the situation for the public transport, for instance. This is the situation in relation to the congestion index in our city. This is the number of access inside the limited traffic zone area B. This is the number of access of inside the limited traffic zone area C, the congestion charge. This is the use of the car sharing. In this moment in June, the situation was more or less 50% of average in relation to the use in 2019. This is the use of the bike sharing. This is the use in relation to the scooter sharing. And this is the use of the kick scooter. The use of the kick scooter is important to inform you that the situation we show in green is compared to the situation we had in January and in February 2020. So when the kick scooter was at the beginning. So the comparison is limited, but the use of the kick scooter in this specific moment is very important in our city, and we are working in order to avoid some specific problem in relation to the use of the kick scooter. After we have the situation in relation to the use of the on-street parking areas, and we monitoring the use of the interchange parking we have at the boundary of the city of Milan. This is my last slide, and in conclusion, starting from this specific monitoring system, as you mentioned before, during your introduction, we started to monitoring the service, the sharing service, with a specific platform. We are testing this specific platform under the European project financed by AT Urban Mobility, and the goal is to develop, to test and develop a specific monitoring system with this platform, and this platform gives us the possibility to compare the use of the car sharing day by day, minute by minute, online directly, compare the use of the sharing mobility in relation to the rule imposed by the city of Milan. In this specific moment, we are working to integrate all by API all the shared mobility system. Now we are more or less at 70% of the mobility system already integrated in our platform, and the goal is to arrive at the end of this year with 100% of the mobility service integrated in our platform. Thanks to this specific project, we are working on the parallel in artificial intelligence for the city of Milan, in order to monitoring all the mobility system with all the service we have in our city in order to give to the policymaker day by day, minute by minute, exactly the problem and the situation we have in our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Valentina, for those insights.
Dear friends, Valentina has shared with us Milano's experience. I think it's high time to discuss Moscow's experience. We have a special sharing project. We see how actively sharing business has been developing. Moscow is in the lead here. We see that car sharing, bike sharing, push bike sharing, 125,000 trips every day in car sharing. Bikes, push bikes, separate story. All these measures are great alternative options to personal vehicles. We are decongesting the road network. What are the prospects? What's the future? What does the future hold for these services? And when can we see fully fledged mass applications that would combine all these services? Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, that you could, in this difficult time, to find a format enabling all of us to meet and share experiences, because we should keep on moving. I would like to thank Valentina, the previous speaker. He has been working with us closely for many years. And car sharing, actually the first glimpse of car sharing we had in Milano. I was at the crossroad whether I should focus on statistics or on the positive effects of car sharing. So I tried to combine, to merge both points. I split it into two blocks. The performance indicators, the number of trips in car sharing, number of registrations, addressed transport challenges. Second, infrastructural aspects, things we have in place in order to make car sharing run smoothly. So 45 million trips in car sharing, 2 million push bikes, 5 million trips, bike trips. Since the launch of the service, 170 million trips have been made altogether. 90% of trips are transport trips, meaning that when people resolve their transport needs, they do not use their personal cars, so they use shared services, allowing to use one vehicle several times a day. The median is 6-7 trips a day across all types of vehicles. Car sharing has been developing very dynamically. However, in 2020, since the car sharing business was suspended, we saw a slump. There were fewer trips. Most of the time people spent at home, and the operators suffered some losses. In order to offset those losses, we offered more favorable parking terms. Now there are 26,000 shared cars in Moscow. I'll tell you a bit later about our plans for the future. More than half of car-sharing users made a decision to abandon personal cars, discontinue using personal cars because of the car-sharing services. Most of the people do have personal cars, but they don't use it as often as before. Here you can see a thermal map, a brief shared car trips, less than 5 kilometers in distance, specific to the areas where the ground transport is not as developed, when there are no good roads. So thanks to this analytics, we can see the future development areas where we need to develop transport network. Bike sharing has been booming. It's a joint VTB project. We have clear goals, performance criteria, growth criteria. The key goal in the bike sharing business is to increase the share of transport, because e-bikes are more convenient. And we also expanded, pushed beyond the Moscow Ring Road so that more people can use this service. This is the map of our stations. They're spread out evenly, 500 meters in between, and so this is the principle we're trying to apply across the city. Push bike sharing service is the most dynamically growing segment. By July 2021, users had made more than 21 million trips, or 2.1 million trips. The previous year, 2 million trips. This segment holds huge potential because people are preferring push bikes over cars. Towards the end of the season, we expect to have 8 operators, and the push bikes fleet will increase to 25,000. Push bike trips made alone for 2 main reasons. First of all, the availability of infrastructure. Secondly, the routes used by the users, because they're close to their offices, houses. Push bike sharing service is the most actively used one because it has reported the highest growth. But there's also issues, safety issues. That's why back in 2018, some measures were made. The first steps were taken, and we are in constant touch with push bike sharing companies in order to improve safety. We have slow zones. We have certain obligations to push bikes. They need to be equipped with reusable batteries, etc. So a lot of work is being done to make trips as comfortable and safe as possible. Proposals were sent to the Ministry of Transport to change the road rules. And as much as we're allowed by laws, we are cooperating with the kick-sharing operators. I understand there's no time left, but a very pressing issue. Ruli, or drive-on, a car-sharing for friends service. We launched it in May. The main idea behind it is to create a service that would make it possible to share your personal car with your friends, with people you trust. A lot of personal cars are being idle now, are not being used for the reasons I mentioned at the beginning, because people are now using other means of transport. They use public transport, underground, car sharing, push sharing, bike sharing, etc. So there's a fleet of cars, personal vehicles, that are just sitting idly on parking places. So in order to make it possible for others to use these vehicles, that's the idea. Now we are in the testing stage. The first 100 testers have been gathered. Based on their feedback, we will improve the service, we will fine-tune it, and by September we expect to launch this service, targeting all groups of residents. So the listed above services, they serve 2 aims. More sparing use of resources. I think it's true for all services. And the need for the use of new modes of transport, push bikes, bicycles, and others. Time is up. Yes, I hope we'll have some time left at the end for a brief discussion. As a follow-up to the latest point, people's sharing, so to say, our next speaker, Sam Zaid, the founder of Get Around. Sam Zaid, are you with us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, I can. Hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, great. So, Sam, it's great to have you here with us today. Get Around is the world's largest connected car-sharing marketplace, right? The service works in 8 countries. And I actually very love this tagline that you have on your website, this become a car-sharing entrepreneur. I think this is kind of inspiring, and I really wanted to ask you about how did you manage to scale your business? You work in different countries with different cultures, different legal frameworks, and car user cultures as well. What do you think about the competition? What's your place in this market? And do you think the market will grow even bigger in the nearest future?
Yeah, thank you. Those are great questions. Let me pull up my slides, and I'm happy to answer those as we go through them. So give me a second here. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen.
Yeah, great.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you. It's really exciting to be here. My name is Sam Zaid, and thrilled to introduce GetAround, where I'm one of the founders and executive chairman. And our mission as a company is to solve today's broken model of car ownership. You know, that is, cars are parked for 95% of each day. And this is wasteful. And as you know, as we all know, cars are designed to only be accessed by the owner who has the physical keys. As a consequence, this means we own more cars than we need. And this is actually solving this problem is precisely why we founded GetAround 10 years ago. Now, our solution to that is what we call the GetAround digital car sharing marketplace. So GetAround, like Airbnb, is a marketplace. We connect hosts who provide cars with guests who rent them. And to your point, hosts are entrepreneurs as well as individuals. And I'll talk a bit more about that, while the guests are a mainstream set of consumers where we provide them with a superior digital substitute to owning or renting a car. What makes GetAround very different and why we see expansion across 8 countries, in cities, and in suburbs is our digital experience, which is really powered by our patented and proprietary GetAround Connect Cloud platform, which is very different than most marketplaces offering car sharing. So unlike our competitors who are very analog, cars on GetAround are always connected and digitally communicating with our systems at all times. And this really allows us to transform the traditionally manual business of renting cars into fully digital and fully digital data-driven one. As you indicated, today we're in 8 countries with 850 active cities around the world with 6 million registered users, and really leading the digital transformation of car sharing, with roughly 20 times as many connected cars on our network as compared to our closest competitor. Where we're different and where we really try to make things easy so that everybody can car share and they can do it anywhere is really to allow you to use GetAround and be gone in 60 seconds. So to book a car, really all you have to do is download the GetAround app. You can sign up instantly. You then decide how long you want a car for. That can be an hour, it can be longer, it could be a few days, it could be a few weeks. So we offer a lot of flexibility. You can choose the exact car you want, and you can choose from all sorts of different cars in close proximity to where you are. You configure the level of insurance, and then your booking is confirmed instantly. All verification is done algorithmically using AI and machine learning. There's no paperwork, there's no standing in lines, there's no waiting to approve anyone from downloading the app, to getting in a car. All that happens in 60 seconds, plus walking time to the car, and then you magically unlock the doors from your phone, so you don't actually have to pick up a physical key from anyone. That's for people who use the service. To your point, for hosts and for entrepreneurs, our digital offering really takes the pain out of sharing cars. We make it easy to build a business of 5, 10, 50, 100 cars, where you live, near where you live, and really become a car sharing entrepreneur. We're one of the few and perhaps the only place where an entrepreneur can virtually operate a fleet from behind their home office at their computer. They can get started without any upfront investment in people or staff, in real estate, or any front office customer operations. And that's because they don't need to meet customers, arrange for car pickups and returns, key handoffs, inspections. All of that happens digitally. And in fact, because of our digital platform, we see about 1 in 5 people who start sharing a single car progress into building a business and offering car sharing in a bigger way as an entrepreneur with multiple cars. And so our marketplace model, which is asset light, combined with our technology-driven digital model, really allows us to expand car sharing coverage. In fact, what we see, and you're looking at on the right 2 maps from Atlanta in the United States and New York in the United States, you see high booking intent. So people looking for cars, not just in the city centers, but across a very wide radius. And we actually have the ability then to activate entrepreneurs, not just in the cities, but all around the city, so that car sharing can be used essentially everywhere. And we see this as true in the United States, in Europe, but critically important is that you have these entrepreneurs and an asset-light model where they can easily operate and build and build a fleet of cars without having to be there in person every time, and that the model is digital, making it very easy for people to reliably get around, for everyday usage, for weekend usage, for vacation usage, and really make it a reliable and predictable service for the user.
Okay, Sam, thank you for
sharing. But what's really special...
Yeah, so,
I have one...
Yeah.
Should I keep going? Yeah, one really last
we don't have
about
too much time. If you can, just sum up your experience. What are your expectations from the market and this market niche?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I will say one thing before I do that, which is what's really special about GetAround is what we're doing to make the world a better place, to reduce congestion and pollution, and to really offer the service not just for the wealthy and tech forward, but in the underserved, less affluent parts of cities. And the way we see this is something that's going to continue growing and powered by the marketplace and digital model, only grow faster as cars become connected and the world really moves to connected vehicles. So with that, thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and share our point of view and look forward to the ensuing discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Thank you for joining us and sharing your experience. Друзья, давайте хороший такой, мне кажется, достаточно пример.
Dear friends, I think it's a very good example. Let's get back to our Moscow experience. Evgeny, we see that a platform or shared economy is creating new niches, new industries, car sharing, taxi, micromobility, bikes, push bikes, etc. I know that leasing is at the heart of this business. You are working with numerous car sharing companies. As far as I know, you launched your own platform, a subscription-based platform for physical persons, for individuals. What's your take on the prospects of this market? Which direction is it going to move? What's going to happen to the leasing market? Thank you. I would like to thank you not only for the opportunity to participate in this forum, but to the Transport Department of the City of Moscow, which took it upon itself to promote this area, this segment, shared economy. I would like to thank the representative of the department here. To create new segments, to be a trailblazer, has always been a tough task. I think it's impossible to imagine to think of car sharing and taxi as two separate businesses, because 70% of all taxi cabs and 80% of shared cars have been operated on financial or operating leasing terms. This tool is very popular because we have government support instruments from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, advance payments, and other support mechanisms. We've been keeping close tabs on those segments. We've been developing them. Now we have over 5,000 taxi cabs in the VTB taxi fleet. We expect to increase it to 10,000 taxi cabs this year. Yandex Taxi is our key partner. We have a service program enabling the companies to secure most favorable terms. We are very positive about the prospects of this segment. Over the 5 months, 2021, we have leased out 5,000 cars. So now our portfolio has 300 clients, and we are planning to expand. Car sharing is a breakthrough mentality, is an alternative to personal car ownership. Colleagues have mentioned that it allows people to discontinue using their cars. People are moving away from ownership to rent, and subscription, car subscription, short-term, long-term leasing or rental is a very attractive service. We believe that for the leasing industry, we're going to see most of the trades, most of the transactions in this particular niche in the midterm perspective. This will move us closer to the Western countries. In some countries in the West, 70% of all cars, new vehicles are bought on the leasing terms. On the car sharing, true, there are two key partners nowadays. We entered this market recently because we were a bit scared, but and apprehensive, but we saw a positive experience in terms of anti-fraud activities and the legislation that have been put into place to fight fraud. And we believe that our car fleet will expand to 10,000 units in the next few years as part of the Moscow Urban Forum. VTB signed an agreement with Delimobil to acquire 15% stake in the company. So we're very bullish about the segment's perspectives. As an employee of a leasing company, as a citizen, I see all the positive effects of a shared economy. My personal feeling, and my friends, my acquaintances agree that it is much more convenient now to travel around Moscow, again, thanks to the development of public transit, as well as to the car sharing and other sharing services. And I think that these services are making a driving experience in Moscow more comfortable.
All right, Loriana, I would like to hand over to you. You are a representative of another sector of economy. We want to get news from the field. I mean, 2020 was quite hard. I mean, there was lockdown, cars were standing still, they still required maintenance and leasing payments on the one hand, but on the other hand, 2021 started quite successfully. Services become bigger, there are new services, and can you tell us how well Belka Car overcome the pandemics? Do you think that it's a part of the story, or do you think that there are some consequences of the pandemics? Do you feel them till today? So when I read your question, I decided to start my presentation with the diagram showing the dynamics of our income. So as you can see, in 2020, the second quarter of the year was very difficult. Our activity was prohibited. Car sharing as other means of public transportation and mobility became a beneficiary of post-pandemic times. It's hard to say that we live in times after the pandemics, but nevertheless we can see that the utilization of the fleet increased. Clients started to use cars more. The distance increased almost by 2 times, just like in Milano. And you were right to say that 2021 brought positive changes. Based on that, I would like to tell you about the following. During lockdown period, we, as the majority of other people of the earth, were staying at home, thinking how to live in the future. And that was how our strategy was built. Let me tell you about the strategy till 2050. The next slide, please. Thank you. Right, so we analyzed what Belka Car today is. And we are a technological platform which brings together people and technologies. Our task was to help people resolve various transportation problems related to mobility, based on our experience and technologies. Currently, we have about 1,500,000 verified users. 200,000 drivers use car sharing Belka Car every day. We process a lot of data, up to 30 petabytes. It's really a lot, even if you don't know what it stands for. We have been working for more than 5 years. We have gained experience in providing services to people in the area of mobility and transportation. Based on such assets, we developed the strategy of the company. Basically, there are two main pillars. Pillar number one, database solutions. It means that all our solutions are based on big data. We use them for our own platform and we monetize them. And the second pillar is new mobility solutions. I'm going to speak about new mobility solutions in more details a little bit later. The nucleus of our business will always be car sharing, but we add several new products to it. Belka testing technologies. Within the framework of Belka Test Tech, we give an opportunity to our partners to test and promote new solutions in the sphere of mobility, cars, and wheels, for example, to try something new. Another area is Belka segment, where we analyze and further use the data collected in our service. At the previous sessions, it was already mentioned that we started a subscription-based service. We also introduced Belka Subs together with Audi and Skoda Smart Drive, our partners. And in the nearest future, we plan that on the basis of our platform, we will launch other subscription-based services. And we have solutions which help us make subscription-based services. And Belka Lab is another area of focus. This is what we are launching today. Within the framework of this project, we give an opportunity to our employees to do MVPs, to offer new solutions, new ideas, to implement it inside of the company and try to scale it up. It gives an opportunity to them to change the area of focus, and we are planning to go international with the above-mentioned areas of focus. Let's now speak about car sharing. We start new geographies this year. Our main focus is on partnership. We do it not only by our own efforts, we do it with partners in different regions of Russia. We actively work to optimize costs. And as I have already mentioned, Belka Laboratory is something we are planning to do internationally. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Loriana. It's really, really great to see that you're optimistic about the market. One more expert has joined us. Dear friends, Dmitry Chayko has joined us. He's the founder of Whoosh service. Dmitry, hello. So 30,000 Geek scooters are available. You have several millions of active users. You cover 17 regions of Russia. And as far as I understand, the pandemics took a big part of your income pie. right? Just like it was with car sharing. The discussion is ongoing if electric kick scooters are safe or not. People are talking about various limitations, and it's not a story about Moscow only. There is a boom related to electric kick scooters, so there are some questions related to it. What do you think about the future of it? What infrastructure is needed? What amendments should be made to the legislation to make sure that the service is popular, safe, and can be scaled up not only in large cities but also in small ones? So what can you say about it? Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy that I have an opportunity to tell you more about WUSH service. First and foremost, I would like to answer your question about safety. At the previous session, we already talked about it. Electric kick scooters are something that people give the name to, and it can be everything: scooters for children, kick scooters, electric scooters, but they are different and they have different characteristics and they are built for different purposes. I decided to make a presentation today related to regulations and what can have an impact on further promotion and development of such services. All right, so I have a thesis. Electric kick scooter is a part of transportation infrastructure. We see that in all the cities where we are present, we have three types of drives. When people use short distance travels just to go from point A to point B, and there are entertainment drives when people go to parks just to enjoy. And 68% of drives in Moscow account for transportation drives. In some cities, it's even 80%. To make sure that electric kick scooters work as members of the transportation system, it's necessary to have a kick scooter nearby. And it's necessary to have corresponding regulation. The experience of Moscow is unique. Moscow is a leader in terms of the regulation. The policy of Moscow is aimed at the support and development of electric kick scooters. We are thankful to the Moscow city. Moscow introduces a really well-reasoned regulation. Moscow has calculated how many electric kick scooters are required in the nearest future, and it came up with the requirements for kick scooters. Moscow started to invest into parkings in 2014, and Moscow is the only place in Russia where the parkings for bikes are available. There are more than 3,000 of them. Moscow develops infrastructure. We have 62 kilometers of bike lanes. And they were built this year, and colleagues say that 100 kilometers more will be introduced till the end of this year. The speed is amazing. Right, so we invest our own money, we attract investment, and there is no doubt that it's important for us to build a transparent dialogue with the city. The city should understand what we are doing, and we should understand where the city is going to. It's a mutually beneficial dialogue. We bring profit to the city, and we can give a lot to the city, not only the service, which decreases the congestion on the streets, but also all the data we can provide the city with. That's why it's important for us to develop a constructive dialogue. In addition to that, rules are important, and rules should work for all the regions at the federal level. There is a proposal from the Ministry of Transportation of Russia, which, as we believe, is reasonable. It regulates what an electric scooter is, what maximum speed it can have in the city. I hope that such changes in the traffic rules will be introduced, and only then we will be able to have an active dialogue with all the members, because now we have cases when cities try to over-regulate the segment. They say it should be safe, but it shouldn't be too slow at the same time. Of course, if the electric kick scooter drives 25 kilometers per hour, the average speed is actually 17, because you have to stop in some places. There are some obstacles you have to bypass, and if the city starts to say the maximum speed should be no more 15 kilometers per hour, then the story is not really working, because if the maximum speed is 15 kilometers per hour, then the average will be 7 kilometers per hour. No one wants to pay for the speed that you can have if you simply walk, if it doesn't give you any value at all. Another important thing here is that to develop the services, means of transportation, it's necessary to distribute the passenger flows. Of course, it's all for the sake of safety. Car drivers, scooter drivers, bike drivers, and pedestrians. And again, Moscow is such a city where a lot of infrastructure is built. You have the already existing roads where they put, on top of it, they put the bike lanes and the sidewalks. Another thing we support is that in a number of regions, there's no infrastructure at all. In Moscow, there are a lot of parking lots, for example, but in other places we have virtual parkings. There's no place to leave your electric scooter. You just put it there on the street. So to improve the order, not to have any chaos, we need to receive permissions, and we need to have corresponding markings on the floor. So in some cities we put marks on the floor, and then electric scooters can stop and park where cars do it. Thank you. I see that my time is up. Thank you. About 1 minute is left till the end of our session. If you allow me, I would like to ask a short question to all of you. Could you please give me a short answer? Dmitry, your mic is on, so please tell me, how do you plan to fight against the problem of electric scooters which are just left on the street? So with Whoosh, you cannot leave your scooter anywhere you like. Well, sometimes a problem can happen if there's something wrong with GPS in the city where there's a lot of construction going on. GPS signal is not really good. We do some technological improvements that will allow us to have more precise positioning of the scooter. We try to demonstrate people how to park correctly. I told you about the marking in the parking lots, and that will help you to improve the order. And now, social advertisement. Together with other operators and cities of Russia, we try to give role models when we show what to do properly. And there's no culture about it. People just don't know that they can drive on scooters together. If you're drunk, you shouldn't drive. It's also not safe to drive there with kids. We do social advertisement, and it's one of the ways to improve the safety. Loriana, I have a question to you about electric transportation. What share of electric transportation do you expect to see in the nearest 5 years? Do you think that electric cars will replace regular cars? I'm the owner of an electric car, and I hope that the number will be high. But we depend on two factors: city infrastructure, which appears, but it's not so well developed as in other European cities, and the cost of electric cars. It was already mentioned that starting with the next year, we will have the duty fee, and electric cars become more expensive. So there's driving force needed for the owners of cars and for the owners of business. I believe that now there's a trend in premium cars only, like Porsche, Audi, and so on. But we are a company which check the situation 6 times per year. We test all the cars, and we are really waiting for that. All right, dear colleagues, 30 seconds are left. One more question to you. The share of subscription-based sharing and public sharing after 5 years. Well, I believe that it's hard for me to comment on subscription, but as for public sharing, it will be 2 or 3%. It's a niche service which is aimed at a group of people, but of course we would like to increase this group of people. Thank you. We spoke about various sharing platforms. Today we discussed how it can help the city decongest the streets and improve the mobility. Thank you very much and goodbye. Hello. Today we are going to have a really exciting session. We are talking about public and private partnership in relation to urban development. It means that we will have a look how social infrastructure projects, transportation infrastructure, utilities infrastructure are being financed. Let me introduce our speaker to you, Emil Petrosyan, Deputy Head of the Department of Investment Policy, Moscow. Mr. Zvonarov, Head of the Pharmaceutical Company, Igor Sheremetyev, Regional Sales Manager, GE Healthcare. Mr. Patrick Mitchell should join us online, partner of Gerber Smith Free Hills. All right, great. Vasily Ignatiev, the General Director of R-Farm, is with us, and Mr. Seleznov, General Director of the National PPP Center. Dear colleagues, we have 1 hour for our discussion, and I would like to ask speakers to speak for no longer than 6 or 7 minutes so that we can have some time for Q&A session. First and foremost, I would like to hand over to the first speaker. Emil, do you think that PPP projects are important for the development of large cities, master plans, major cities, and sustainable development? Please, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. Hello. I would like to start with the following. The implementation of the projects, including infrastructural projects within the framework of PPP, is first of all mutually beneficial. It's a mutually beneficial cooperation between business and the government. We've been implementing PPP projects since 2013. We see that they're efficient. The first PPP project which was implemented in the past was reconstruction of hospitals and public health facilities. Then we continued with road infrastructure. Now we develop other forms of PPP, offset contracts, and other. I'm going to talk about them in more details. Right. So when we started to use PPP as contracts of life cycle, we started with transportation. We replaced buses, trams, rolling stock within the framework of such activity. When decision was taken to replace all the buses with electric buses, we thought that this mechanism would be most efficient. Now we see that we were not mistaken. There were more than 1,000 electrobuses purchased within the framework of PPP, and we got a reliable partner, which not only supplies us with the products, it not only provides electric buses, but it allows us to maintain the electric buses in long-term perspective. Another form of PPP which we truly like and actively utilize is the so-called offset contracts. The city has concluded 5 offset projects. They are all related to healthcare, food, and this kind of support is truly efficient. It's good for the city, and I hope that it's good for investors as well. This is the first project which was concluded in the past, construction of a pharmaceutical company in a special economic zone. The facility is already built. The first part of it is put into operation. Products are being supplied from this pharmaceutical company, and the supplies go to Russian hospitals. Offset contract is a contract with mutual obligations. When the city gives long-term demand for the goods, and the business answers with jobs, investments, and taxes in the future. Of course, we try to develop mutually beneficial PPP at the level of legislation. We make amendments and we make proposals for the amendments of federal legislation. Thanks to that, we managed to successfully use various forms of PPP. Recently, we have prepared a package of measures related to the changes of the federal legislation. It will allow us to widely use the life cycle contracts, offset contracts, and at one of the commissions, the proposals were heard and supported. So the proposals were sent to the federal level. We offered offset services and we were supported there. So the corresponding draft laws reflected. Right, let me tell you a few words about long-term effects from PPP. Now, going back to concessions, I would like to give you several examples. Last year, we made a contract on the construction of a cable road over Himkinsk Reservoir. The project is being implemented right now, so the city gets infrastructure which will become a part of our transportation network. Passengers who use the Troika card will be able to use this type of transportation, and inhabitants of this district used to spend 40 minutes to drive from one district to another. It will take them only 7 minutes now to cover the same distance. Swiss company Bartolet participates in the implementation of the project, decided to localize the production of equipment for cableways. Corresponding contract is signed, so we will get a corresponding facility. We were implementing one project and got another project aimed at localization of production, foreign technology which will be used in Russia and localized in Moscow. There is no doubt that our foreign partners chose us not only because we helped them implement the cable road project, but also because they see Moscow as a hub to promote their products to other regions of Russia. Now, finalizing my presentation, I would like to tell you the following. Over the 6 months of 2021, we've seen positive activity by investors. They are ready to implement projects within the framework of PPP. We received 3 private initiatives, and hopefully such initiatives will be implemented in the city. The first one is about recycling of electric equipment which doesn't function anymore. It will not be simply wasted, it will be transformed into granules and then used for further manufacturing. Another proposal is about the creation of innovation school in the facilities of Skolkovo for more than 700 kids. The amount of investment is more than 2 billion rubles. And the third project is related to utilities and public amenities. We've recently received it, and we believe that thanks to such projects, more than 10 billion rubles will come to the city in the form of investments. I hope that that such projects will be brought to life. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. This presentation was highly interesting, and you gave us a vast picture of different instruments that the city uses in the area of PPP. We see that the public side of the contracts can receive certain benefits. And now I'd like to give the mic to the representatives of private sector. What are your benefits when you enter PPP projects? Because a project should be mutually beneficial, right? I would like to hand over to Mikhail Zvonarov, the Director General of Moscow plant. I give the mic to you.
Thank you so much for this introduction. Thank you for calling us a well-known enterprise. Moscow takes pride in you. Yes, yes, we have something to be proud of together with the city of Moscow, because our enterprise is more than 78 years old, and soon we're going to celebrate anniversary. Well, years don't really matter. What matters is performance, and in the last year, we established very close relations with the Moscow city authorities. As it has been said, we are moving towards each other, and we are creating high-tech jobs. We are modernizing our production facilities, equipment. So we are investing a lot in R&D and development of pharmaceuticals, and the city of Moscow sees that, and our movement, our progress has not been unnoticed. Moscow mayor, the government of the city, they've been providing us with different preferential measures, have granted us a status, special status. They've also been taking good care of the transport infrastructure. We have 2 branches nowadays, so the 2 different locations in Moscow. So the city of Moscow, at its own cost, have been building transport infrastructure in those areas, ensuring transport accessibility to our enterprises. Again, to make our enterprises more appealing to Moscow city residents, we are taking advantage of that. I'm sorry, could you move your mic closer to your mouth? Yes. This February, we entered into an offset contract, 10-year offset contract with the city of Moscow, over 1 billion rubles in value. As a result, we have a guaranteed sale of our pharmaceuticals, of our drugs. They would generate not very high margin, but still they would provide us some safety net. We will be creating new jobs, and the proceeds from the investment contract clearly will be reinvested into the development of the company. Moscow, as a result, will have access to inexpensive and high-quality pharmaceuticals. Moscow will generate additional taxes, profit taxes, and Moscow will also have new high-tech jobs. So it will employ Muscovites. We will employ Muscovites at our high-tech facilities. So 1 billion in investments, it's not the limit, and we discussed this with the head of the department, with the Moscow mayor himself, jointly with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We've taken a step further. We will invest into 2 branches, and 7.5 billion rubles we're planning to invest. Those would be short-term investments. They would need to be reflected and recouped in 2024, when the second branch will become fully operational. We'll have 5 production facilities. We will diversify the production across the 2 units in order to produce as many forms of pharmaceuticals as possible, and to beef up our exports and to improve our margin. But the starting point was this project. We thank the Moscow city government for helping us with the development of the transport infrastructure, with investment contracts, and any other embracing all other commercial initiatives. We actually are taking further steps with the city of Moscow. We are now developing a joint program to train our people, our personnel, and not exactly with the city of Moscow, but with Moscow city universities. I think we've signed 7 or 8 agreements, and the graduates of Moscow schools and universities, they would have a chance to get training and finally to get employed at our company. So we're very pleased with this progress, with this cooperation with the city of Moscow, and it will be to the benefit of the city of Moscow and our endocrine plan. Thank you. Thank you. Our audience is quite familiar with what offset contract is, although oftentimes those people who deal with PPP and life cycle contracts, but sometimes when you mention offset contract, and to them it's something new. Moscow was a pioneer in this area, and many people are not familiar with offset contracts. So thank you so much for telling us about all the benefits of these contracts, that you can plan for 10 years. You can make consistent plans, and it's a fairly novel experience, a fairly novel tool. Our next speaker is Alexei Sidnev, General Director of Senior Group. Could you please share your experience? Our panelists have experience in this area and in the city of Moscow. Yes, dear colleagues, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alexei Sidnev. I'm running a company, a Senior Group. We are providing comprehensive assistance to the elderly people who need assistance. We are running 3 geriatrics centers, world-level centers, and our services are offered in 8 regions of Russia. Today, I would like to talk briefly about our project and the concept of the project. A concession project with the city of Moscow. We entered into a concession agreement last year. According to that agreement, we received a land plot and a Soviet times hospital building. We are going to turn it into a world-class geriatric center of the next level. So it will become a facility with 110 rooms, 430 patients. We will create 150 jobs. So it will accommodate people aged 40. So it will employ people aged 40 and above. We will redevelop the area. We will build a brand new geriatric center. What we have an advantage. I hope I can say that we're doing it in the post-COVID time. We already now introducing the principles which will the principles separately together, principles which will be used broadly in the future. So they live together, but they're not isolated in their rooms. They can socialize, drink wine, communicate, but still they have their privacy. What does it look like, this geriatric center? First of all, a home-like atmosphere. If you see the presentation, you will see that it's important for those people to feel at home, feel secure. They need to stay autonomous and independent for as long as possible. We ensure accessible environment that would promote people to be active, promote their independence, autonomy. Each room will be equipped with a separate AC unit. restrooms, spacious enough, hallways, as I said, the concept separately together. People need to be able to communicate, to meet, to socialize, but they should be spacious enough. There should be social distancing. People should be able to practice yoga, fitness, calisthenics, etc. The question that people have been asking us, it's a strange concession. The city is not really giving you anything. Well, I've basically told you what the city will give us and what we will give the city in return. So the city will give us a land plot and a building. We're going to leave the building. We're going to renovate it. That means that we won't need as much investment. Secondly, taxes. We will have tax benefits. So all social projects, projects with enormous payback periods. So a bit of here, a bit of there, and a lot of things can make a project interesting in terms of investment. We are a large company. We're not hardcore developers. We're doing a lot of things for the first time, and we need help, and external help would help us to meet our construction target. And the fourth, seal of approval, seal of quality, partnership with the city of Moscow is a huge a huge thing, and the city of Moscow and its presence in the project, involvement in the project is very important. What's our contribution? We will create next generation infrastructure. 30% of all rooms will be allocated for Muscovites referred by Moscow clinics. There will be no high fence around. The building will be accessible to the people living around. There will be a daytime center, daycare center, so people would be able to come for the day, and we will make people's lives happier, and that will make the world happier. Thank you for your exciting story. It's a brand new project. You talk more about your plan, so wish you every success. Our next speaker, we've established online communication. I would like to ask our next speaker to speak. Mr. Mitchell, hello. Could you please tell us about the PPP experience in general, maybe at various stages of implementation, success stories or failures? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that you can all hear me, and good afternoon from a bright and sunny London. In a few minutes, I'm just going to give you
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Of PFI and PPP in the United Kingdom. It's a big topic, so forgive me, I'm going to compress it just into a few minutes and simplify it a bit. Going back to the beginning, PFI was launched in the UK in 1992, and although it wasn't directly related to the successful privatization program of the 1980s, where lots of previously state-owned utility companies were privatized and put into private ownership, it built on that philosophy, which didn't exist previously, of having the private sector own and undertake functions which have previously been done only by the state or branches of government. And the basic idea behind PFI in its early days was to provide, by way of upfront financing, the capital needed to enhance and sustain aspects of public services which were not seen as suitable for outright privatization. By which I mean typically social infrastructure, the type of infrastructure and services which the previous speaker, the gentleman, talked about in terms of elderly care, hospitals, schools, accommodations and prisons and so forth. Key features of PFI are probably very well known to a lot of people attending this seminar today. A first facet was that the liabilities associated with the development of the infrastructure were to be kept off the public sector balance sheet. And that was done by transferring sufficient risk from the public sector to the private sector. That's a big talking point still in PFI, how to get that right. The contracts were design, build, finance and operate, or DBFO contracts. So they're structured as a supply by the private sector, not just of the facility, the hospital or the school or whatever, but of the ongoing services, the operation, the maintenance and so on. And very importantly, the contracts were output-based. The public sector, the relevant government department said what it wanted in basic terms. I need a hospital that can accommodate X hundred beds and undertake X thousand acute operations every year, but it's up to you, the private sector contractor, to design that hospital and work out how you match my requirements. That all happened, as I said, in the early 1990s. By the mid to late 1990s, PFI was seen as a very big success in the UK, and it became, in fact, the main delivery model for UK public infrastructure, in particular social infrastructure of the types I've mentioned. A quick word about how we in the UK view PPPs. I am very aware that in many parts of the world, including various parts of Western Europe and I believe Russia, public-private partnerships have got a specific meaning. There is statute law and other law underpinning the structures and so forth. In the UK, it's rather different. Government bodies tend to have quite wide and general powers, so they can enter into relationships with the private sector in a wide variety of forms. So PPP to us here in the UK can have any number of meanings of types of cooperation between the public and private sectors. The expression was first properly used in the UK in the late 1990s, in other words, when PFI was already a success. The PPPs have been used in many forms and I believe will continue to be extensively used, notwithstanding the death of PFI, which I'm going to mention in a minute. Just a few words on the evolution of PFI. As I said, by the end of the 90s, it was a great success. Many hundreds of projects have been undertaken using PFI structures, but then we all experienced the global financial crisis, and we saw the value and volume of PFI projects here in the UK start to fall quite dramatically and continue to decline. Of course, a main reason of that was the decline in bank lending liquidity as a consequence of the financial crisis. We also saw, and I think this is very important, quite a big change in political and business sentiment towards PFIs. From having had a very good start, they were increasingly by this stage, a decade and a half later, viewed as giving quite bad value for money, particularly as regards things like soft services, cleaning and catering functions. There'd been a change in accounting practice that was no longer important for the UK government to keep the liabilities associated with the new infrastructure off balance sheet. And very importantly as well, we had seen, I think, too much risk transferred to the private sector by the public sector, and that led to an unwillingness by new contractors in the PFI zone to contract. I think that's a facet of PFIs the world over, that just getting the balance right between...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, I just want to remind you of the speaking time. Your time is up, but your presentation interesting. I just don't want to intervene.
Okay, can I just take 1 minute and I'll finish. The result of that is that we have scrapped PFI in the UK. We're not going to use it anymore as from last year. And as of now, we're going to use new forms of PPP. So PFI is dead, but long live PPP. Thank you.
Thank you for your conclusion. I don't know if, I'm not sure if PFI is dead or not. Please, could you comment?
Thank you. You know, PPP market is developing, and it develops in social sector. PPP mechanisms and the form of cooperation with business became interesting for small business. In the past, only large infrastructural companies like transportation companies were interested in it. Large capital-intensive projects were implemented, but now we have a lot of projects up to 3 billion rubles. There are projects which amount to 100 million rubles of investments, and they're implemented within the framework of PPP. That is great. Small and medium enterprises are interested in PPP, but they do not have enough competences to bring such projects to life. At the same time, we see that state clients have lack of competences. So people working in municipalities, public officials in the regions have no time to improve their skills and competences for such projects. Concessions in PPP are truly difficult. It's necessary and needed because all PPP projects are implemented to improve the quality of life of people. It's always about social infrastructure. But such projects are complicated from the point of view of their structure. So 2 years ago, when the National PPP Center entered WebRF Group, we decided to have a close contact with people. We decided to have a close contact with regional authorities and municipalities. We contacted them and offered free of charge help to them related to the structurization of PPP. So 1.5 years ago, we started a program. It accumulates the existing ideas, regional projects, municipal initiatives, and help regions bring the projects from ideas to the investment memorandum, till the point when you can offer such projects to investors, profit organizations, banks, when you can actually start to discuss financial and legal parameters of the project. I believe that that is the way when we can cover the zero phase of the project, and of course it's the function of the Institutes of Development. We're happy to say that 2 years ago, WebRF, being a structure of the government, decided to enter this preliminary phase of the project and to deal with such projects together with PPP Center. In order to work more actively and in a more systematic way, we started a digital project office. It's a platform, Rosinfo, which allows to accumulate various kinds of information. It is needed for the implementation of such projects. Such information helps people to have skill improvement. Private business and public officials can undergo such trainings. The system should also attract various kinds of investment. That's why currently all the leading banks are connected to the platform. They're interested in PPP projects. Leading experts, consultants who have experience in PPP implementation have connected to it, and 2,500 public officials have connected to the platform. These are regional public officials or those who work in municipalities. Thanks to such system, they form work groups and project groups to bring the projects to life. Over the period of 2 years, we have collected more than 700 projects amounting to 3 trillion rubles. We chose more than 270 projects for 1 trillion of rubles. Currently, within the framework of the digital office, we work with the authorities, we work with the stakeholders of the market, and 30 projects are at the stage of structurization. Our task is to bring them to financial closure. That is the most important part. To wrap up, I'd like to say that PPP market truly develops. We only lack well-prepared projects. That is what we say all the time. I hope that our program of PPP support will manage to improve the quality of the projects, thanks to our platform. And right now, I would like to show you the video about our platform. Is it possible? Well, we can show this video at the end of our discussion so that other speakers can also have time to make presentation, and I'm sure that people will be happy to watch a video about technical solutions a little bit later. We started to speak about general systematic problems. We have Director General of VTB Infrastructure Holding, Oleg Pankratov. We would like to ask you about non-budget financing. So here you are, yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm sitting very far from you. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak. VTB Infrastructure Holding has been working in PPP market starting with 2007. VTB takes part in the largest PPP projects. Starting from 2007, we attracted $18 billion for large PPP projects, and the group invested in 7 of them. Currently, we are investing in 10 large projects in transportation, paved roads, ports, logistics, and transportation. So basically, for the last 15 years, we've brought investment to the transportation sector. The notion of PPP, from my point of view, started with the concession law at the end of 2005. It's a new industry, but it actively develops today. As I told you, we are perhaps one of the largest investors in the Russian infrastructure. When I say investor, I of course mean that VTB gives loans to the projects, but we are also investors when we invest our own capital to the projects. We control and construct projects, including greenfield projects. What is the biggest benefit of PPP? Why should you go there? It's interesting to see your debates, what happens in UK, for example. They had BFI, now BFI is replaced by PPP. So what is this debate all about? What gives you PPP? First, the presence of financing. I was asked about it. Yes, of course, PPP projects allow to attract investment right here and right now and implement the projects faster. When you don't have to wait for 5 or 10 years till the money is accumulated in the budget, you can get the financing right now. That was how, for example, the Western high-speed diameter project was implemented in St. Petersburg. It is one of the largest paved road projects in the world. And Russia has something to be proud of, even at the international level. The projects implemented by us are recognized at the international level and even awarded. Frankly speaking, there is an opportunity to implement large-scale projects, but that's not the most important part. Financing is, of course, important, but there are other important issues. To my mind, the most important thing is optimization of the life cycle costs. Because when you go and say, I want to buy the cheapest thing, it doesn't mean that for 30 years of the project cycle you will get the cheapest things. And the critics the criticism of the British model was related to it. We pay a lot of attention to it in Russia. It doesn't make sense to start PPP project simply to find money. It makes sense to minimize costs related to maintenance, financing, construction of the site, and many more. And the third most important thing is about risks. PPP allows the government to give the risks to a private sector, and if there are risks that it can control, like utilities, for example, and land, they can stay with the state. Right. What can I see happening in the market now? Regional market is being very active. We have invested a lot in the regions. We have regional projects in Udmurtia, Bashkiria, and other regions of Russia. Regions are being really active. There's a need to develop transportation projects, and budget investment is not enough. That's why we will see that there are a lot of projects like that in the regions. Then, the Russian Far East. Currently, we are discussing the mechanism of Far East concession, and I think that it will bring to the boom of PPP in the Far East of Russia. And the third issue is what Pavel mentioned. PPP goes to new sector. You all know that PPP goes to healthcare, education. Frankly speaking, when I started my activity, I thought that I would deal with that mainly, but for now, I haven't made any large PPP projects in healthcare and education. And PPP goes to IT, so information and communication technologies. This is the sphere where we will see a lot of PPP projects. Today I've been to a meeting at Russian Railway. You know, there is a project of high-speed train from Moscow to St. Petersburg. It's a mega project. $500 billion rubles are needed from private investors. I can tell you that currently the environment is friendly, the market is developing, and there are means to receive the funding. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's now speak about life cycle contracts. I would like to discuss the medical equipment. Moscow has a lot of contracts like that. Igor, you do have experience in this sector, right? Yes, absolutely. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my experience with you. I'm a representative of a GE Healthcare company. I'm going to speak about life cycle contracts. You are right to say that in Moscow, there are quite a lot of life cycle contracts, and a lot of medical equipment is purchased within the framework of such contracts. Moreover, I can tell you that the contracts of life cycle implemented in Moscow are really breakthrough. These are the first large-scale projects like that in Russia. And I say breakthrough because in the past it was not possible to implement such projects. The previous legislation allowed only to buy equipment and buses, perhaps some other things within the framework of life cycle contracts, but it was not possible to buy medical equipment. So the project implemented in Moscow changed the situation. And currently the legislation is so that other regions can also bring such life cycle contracts to life. Life cycle contracts for medical equipment are extremely important. Let me explain you why. Imagine a situation that there is a hospital, for example, and a client purchases, for example, computerized tomographer or any other diagnostic equipment, maybe not the latest one, but after 1 or 2 years, the warranty is over, and the hospital faces a number of challenges. When you have to find money for service contracts, you have to organize procurement procedure, you have to wait till the parts arrive, and that is the standstill of equipment. And imagine the standstill of tomographer amidst the pandemics, when the healthcare system is really overloaded. So life cycle projects help with that. The structure of such projects in Moscow allows to organize the full life cycle of equipment, maintenance of equipment. During the life cycle of equipment is 10 years for diagnostic equipment, and the contracts also set forth the following. If within several years of the contract, the supplier has a renewed system, it's necessary that this supplier delivers this equipment to the client. The final users can resolve a lot of problems with the help of life cycle contracts, and they can spend time only caring about the patients. As far as manufacturers are concerned, like GE Healthcare, for example, such contracts mean a whole package of benefits. For example, we can plan our manufacturing for several years to come. We can also plan maintenance, the engineers, financial flows, up to 14 years. The life cycle can be, the delivery time and the life cycle of diagnostic equipment. The most important thing that I'd like to cover today is that this is the concept where everyone wins, and patients win too, because they get high-quality services. That is the task. And I hope that the regions in Moscow will continue to develop the concept. I hope that we will implement PPP projects in the sphere of healthcare. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to hand over to our air farm, Vasily Ignatiev. Could you please share your experience? Thank you, Svetlana. Here today, we have three speakers representing healthcare and medical companies. That is a reflection of the fact that it's necessary to focus on medical services. This is relevant for Moscow, on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's a testimony to the fact that such sectors should be developed in the big cities or nearby. So we do have experience of implementing projects where we worked in close cooperation with the regional authorities of the entities of Russia. The recent example is the manufacturing of Sputnik vaccine in the special economic zone Technopolis. It's quite resource-intensive and science-intensive type of manufacturing. And of course, the participation of the state party was important because it brings confidence. And at the end of the day, it allows to increase the speed of project implementation. We assessed various options where to locate the manufacturing facility. And thanks to cooperation with the state authorities and mutual cooperation with the Technopolis economic zone were a decisive factor for the project. When the city and the economic zone allowed to get all the necessary utilities and resources as fast as possible. So they were responsible for that, and we had an opportunity to focus on the technological side of the project. At the end of the day, we have an industrial facility which is constructed in less than a year. The total amount of investment was 10 billion rubles, and the amount of vaccine output is from 7 to 10 million doses per month. A similar project was brought to life in the Moscow region, in Dubna, special economic zone, where we localized the manufacturing of high-tech medical equipment. We also talked about one important topic today, offset contracts in pharmaceutical production. And we do have such project in our group. We are actively implementing it. Currently, the biggest benefit for our industry is that we have quite a long investment cycle for the development of innovative drugs, gets a guarantee in the form of guaranteed sales in regions of Russia. We get three types of benefits. On the one hand, it's interesting for us as for developers and investors. On the other hand, the city gets investments and new jobs, and the inhabitants get access to modern high-tech drugs. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, your presentations were very exciting and different. I would like to wrap up. PPP projects are, of course, one of the top priorities on investment agenda. And such different tools allow us to find something useful for your industry or your company. So let's start a video about the platform. Don't you mind? There are no objections. So let's watch a video. Digital technologies become an integral part of our everyday life.
On this platform, you can consult with industry experts, constantly updated database on planned and implemented projects, interactive analytics of the PPP market, up-to-date ratings and research, offline, online research opportunities, sustainability development, compliance, digital project office, enabling market participants to structure projects and attract investors and partners, a place to keep projects which can be used by users as initiators or team members. User-friendly navigation allows to identify the needed project. You can set up a project team for each project. You can enlist potential investors, partners, industry experts. In addition to usability, this is also an effective tool for interagency interaction. It consists of 6 key areas. You can work on the key financial legal terms. You can bring additional participants on board by leaving a request with the needed specifications. The smart tip system helps users to run the project pop-up windows, providing text explanations and video cues, standard documents. Interaction with the ROS registry allows to simplify matters related to land property issues. You need to type in the land registry number. You can use feasibility study and key financial indicators that you need to evaluate investment potential. All project-related communications is kept in a special purpose chat accessible only by team members. The project can be submitted for review. The review is conducted under uniform methodology with the use of external experts. It's also based on best market practices. The project is also reviewed in terms of the ability to raise bank and third-party investor financing. If vetted, it's submitted to potential investors. Once launched, the project is published in the database, but that's not it. If need be, you can continue working on the project by digitally running the construction project using Infratech. ROS Infa, a digital platform for PPP market participants. Thank you. I would like to add that we really want Moscow to be a progressive city, a leader in the PPP area. We want Moscow to join our platform so that we can pilot test several projects with involvement of our expert community. Emil Vladimirovich, what do you think? I see no reasons why not. Great. Let us thank our panelists and Mr. Mitchell, who is still online with us. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion.